Oh, cool. Do I have all the feedback here already, or do I wait? Hello, Misa. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
Starting to have the feedback here. Hey. Okay, let me check if I have at least all the feedback here. Hey, Tessa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Okay, great. I think we have everyone.
Yep.
So yeah, here is Pierre,
Nice
my
to meet you.
husband, and he's like really, really great about lighting and render and stuff like this. So I was like, maybe he can help you with some feedback so you can have like some fresh eye and mind on your painting. So I will do feedback as well. So we're gonna do like the feedback together, basically.
Yeah, like we always do at home.
Yeah. So yeah, I think here we go. So for week 8, the last one, final render review, some of my post-production effect tips, and at the very end, you will have like the social network portfolio tips, the freelance rate tips, and everything. So who is the first one here? Arisha, are you here or not yet?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you are. Okay. Let's start with you. Let me open what you did. I think you saw it already yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it everything. Like it's been 2 months. I look at everything. So
Yeah. And just if you want, you also have like the blocking of the character. They are so
Yes.
cute. Like, look at this.
Very cute.
They're so cute.
Yes.
And I will just undo this. So how was the homework for you?
It was hard.
course.
I think I enjoyed the black and white more than the color because, yeah, I think my brain was just going all over the place. I wasn't sure like how to unite everything, but yeah, it was fun. But I definitely need like like few more, maybe one more week or something, just
Of
to
course.
work on it a bit more.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to go over it?
Oh, yes, of course. If you want to.
Yeah.
So I don't remember exactly the last type. It was a black and white, right?
Yeah, it was like they did the blocking
Oh, yes,
and
yes.
the design.
Okay, yeah. So now it's the color and everything, the
And the
fundamentals, the
Yeah,
lighting stuff,
exactly.
like the annoying part for a lot of people, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where should I start actually? So, well, let's start with the lighting, basically, yes. If I should say something is about the lighting, we can look at, wait. So just, I'm not very used to talk and do it in the same time. So I don't know, they can see the screen,
Yes,
right?
they can.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. So just gonna take a color like this. Like first thing I can see there is like, when I look at the direction of the lightning, like if it's the sunlight, like I just wonder, the first thing I saw is why is there different directions? So maybe
Okay.
it's something to just check. And I just wonder also like, oh, wait, what is that? So we have a space behind here?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have a space behind here, but we don't have a shadow for this, recall that, stem.
Yeah, I would say like
Don't remember, I got the word,
same.
but yeah.
I would be like mini shop or something.
The donut thingy, yes. You don't have a shadow projected for that. Like, I know it's annoying, but always check all of your
Okay.
objects to have
Yeah.
the shadow. And be careful about the directions of it. It's not like a lamp that is close to the object. It's like the sunlight. So initially it's one direction when it's far away.
Like the music band. It's the
Come
one
on.
direction.
And also, yeah, also another thing I can see is like Okay, so your sun there, we can see that it's a shadow here, right? So it means that we have a direction that is approximately like this, but we don't have the inside of the shop lighten, like we don't see the donuts. It should take the light through the window. So I think we should have that also, like the interior of the space right there should take the light too. I don't know what I'm gonna use, but it's terrible. But you should have actually a shadow there too. And you have to just think as well, where is my sun coming from? Is it from the left, from the right? And then you have to choose a direction. You really have to choose one to not do a little bit of mistakes everywhere. Like just be organized. Like my sun's gonna be like this. All of my painting is gonna be like this. Like, and we can see, wait, I have my answer just there. Like, so it is coming from the left, as we have a drop shadow just here that is going on the wall there. That should be straight, if I'm not confusing as well. But so yeah, so I will say basically just be careful about also where is the object in the space compared to where is the object casting the shadow. So you don't have different spacing every time. That will be confusing. Like I know it's hard to project yourself in the painting, but it really helps a lot. So yeah, we can see it's coming from the left and it's dropping the shadow from the right. For example, we don't have a shadow there too. We don't have, yes.
You have it here.
Yes, yes, yeah, I don't know why it's like this, but yeah, it should be straight, but basically we should have all of this area latent. But the thing is, what I did to actually help myself with the lighting to understand the volumes, because it's basically just volumes. Doing some 3D helps to understand how it works around cubes. But then once you figure out how it's doing on every type of geometrical object, you can typically just go ahead and have fun. But I will say, if you struggle a little bit, you can either, if you don't like 3D, just really try to understand your references. Like it's the best thing you can do. But then if you really struggle, you can always, I would say, really be careful about this kind of lines. Like we have different lines for the sun there, and that's something you could check, you know, like if you want it to be this way, then it's gonna be this way, and it's gonna be this way, then it goes with this panel. So yes. So also, so that's just about the shadow part. We could take like forever to talk about the shadow. Like because yes, it will be a little bit lightened there as well. But less, but a little bit, because if the sun is coming from the front, then you will have basically 80% of the sunlight there and 20% there. It's horrible what I'm doing, but yeah, so be careful about that, dropping the shadow. I know like it's something that is everywhere and it can take some time, but if you take the time to do it, the whole painting is gonna come together. It's like yes. Just if everything goes together and if the shadows are right, then the painting is gonna stand even more, you know.
You told me something I told them already, like
yes,
about like putting a step inside your painting or something, or being
yeah.
And I don't know if you can explain more this, because I told them it was something you told me.
Oh yes, first of all, I drew on the background, but it's all right. Okay. Yes. Also, yeah, I got a lot of things about the lighting, but we'll talk about that next. Yeah, it's the thing. I thought it was really easy to make it understand that way. It's like, imagine you are at the place. We can say at the place.
Yeah, imagine you are the sun.
Imagine you are the sun, and what you don't see behind the object is basically going to be a shadow, and what you see is going to be lightened or lit. I don't know. But so basically you can do that and check in 3D. It's sometimes I do like a quick blocking in 3D if it's a complicated shape. So I don't want to have something wrong in the painting because it will just mess up everything. You have to choose the right way to work efficiently and fast. You know, so sometimes 3D is a good answer to be sure you don't do mistakes. But if you are confident about yourself, you just can go like this. So yeah, so it works actually pretty well to imagine you are the source light. So try to step in your painting to understand the volume, and it will make you understand where your lights are coming from. So let's just jump about the lighting to the lighting. Yes. So first of all, so yeah, there's many things I see could be improved. Like, for example, is this am I not too loud? Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
I can push it, but it's all right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not used to that. So basically, is it a white board? We have yeah?
Yeah, I think it was like supposed to be one of those cloth things in Japan. You know, is it cloth? Plastic. The little banners they have on the stores.
Top thingy?
Yeah.
Like yes, I see. Is the base color you wanted to do? Was it like white? Something near that?
I guess I wanted to be like purple, but I was just kind of shifting colors just to see whatever works. So I'm not really
Okay.
100% on this one.
Okay, sure. So if this is purple, because I thought it was a white, but it was in the shadow. It's like sometimes you don't. I can see the shadow everywhere. You have to put the shadows. But yeah, basically, so what I can see that is good is where the sun is lit, it's warmer. So that's a cool thing. So I thought it was white, but it's not yet.
Same for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at
Would have been
everything.
great to have it white to create maybe an interesting contrast and to have like a value that can be repeated.
Yeah,
could be great.
What I can see overall basically is try maybe to desaturate a little bit.
Maybe you can do a quick paint over, like a selection, and we desaturate stuff.
Oh, yes, we can do that as well. Yes, it's like I can see you did it actually eventually around there. So that's really great. So there we have a lot of blue in the shadow, but from the bounce light on the ground, that will be the only, but it is lightened inside anyway. So it's going to be warmer. So what you have here is warmer. It's true that it's hard to talk, and then you have to do the feedbacks in the same time.
You see, this is really hard.
Yeah, that's really tough. Like, and I have a mic like in my whole face.
Yes.
So I don't know. I'm gonna be able to like paint at the same time, but
you don't have to speak if you paint.
Yes, it's true that I do speak a lot. So yeah, be careful about the saturation balance. Because or else you're gonna have a strong saturation in the shadow and in the lighting parts. So be careful about that. Like I know, like your roof is green there.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yes, we miss a shadow on the roof just here as well. But yeah, you can play with kind of lighting with the shadow parts, to play with the bounce light to add more colors and stuff like this. So, but I just think like overall on the whole picture is like balance the saturation when the sun lights apart.
I would say just do it and then explain. This is what I like to do because it's really hard to explain and then this is the reason why I was doing recording and not like live painting.
Yes. Yeah. It looked horrible to do live painting. Like it really does look horrible. But basically, if you try to balance a little bit your colors like this, it will help a lot. But I can see that overall it's going to be cool. Maybe the purple on in the sky, like yes, we have a really light sky. I think it's maybe a little bit too light because the sun is coming from the opposite direction. But then as well, we have the reflection on the windows we don't have. But there's a lot of things I think you could improve. So that's pretty cool. But the overall base is really nice. I think the concept is really nice.
And look at the character.
Yes. Yeah, but there's small thing as well about when you prop things, you know, like for example, be careful about the zebra pass just there, you know, be careful that, why is this black? I cannot, what?
Maybe, okay, take the, I can do it. Yeah.
Current layer, okay, all
That's the
layers,
reason why.
that's it, okay, right.
It was for my painting.
Yeah, be careful just that to not put it like directly against the sidewall, I will say.
Yeah.
Yes. And also every time, like, be careful about that because we have, how do you call that in English? The small thing where the water goes against the sidewall.
And same on top as well.
Yeah.
Like we're supposed to have like basically like the structure of the pavement here on top.
Okay.
Most part of the time.
Yes, yes. So it's like small things. It's like very small things.
Maybe I can open.
Like the thing is, I don't know where to begin as we could improve a few things. So it's really hard. But I know there is a lot of people. I don't want to make.
This is what I did here, like the thing for the water, and then the structure, like on the side.
You even have it's like a storytelling, you know, but it's like a drain to drain the water. It's all of the small things that will help you put your drawing alive, basically, like all of the imperfection of the world or all of the little things that that can be used. So I will say that because I saw all of the pictures that were done, and I think like the overall feedback I would say is try to look maybe a little bit more at the real life.
Yeah.
And maybe you lose too much yourself inside the painting when you could really like try to look at real life. Like, don't be afraid to lose time to look at references. I spend like every time I do a paint, I spend like 3 hours looking for references. And I go back if I feel like there is something a little bit off about the lighting. I make sure I find a good lighting on internet and try to understand it. Because if you understand something, then you can play with it and stylize it. If you stylize something you don't understand, that's going to be very hard for people to tell what's good, what's not good, you know. So don't be afraid to go back and try to understand the references. But I know it was hard because they had not that much time, of course.
I was thinking just of one thing.
Yes.
Like this vignette is yellow, and this is like, you know, the main bakery is yellow as well.
Yes.
And I'm like, maybe it would have been great to have like a more traditional blue.
I will say maybe you can try a different yellow that is not that
maybe.
close to the original one. I will say that. But yeah, we can improve, like we could have the reflection. Don't forget about the highlights as well. So we can have a different texture and materials on your painting that you could play with the electric poles, sorry. So you really can have a difference of textures everywhere.
Yeah, maybe some highlight if this is a metallic surfaces. If you want it to be wood, because it can be wood, this is what we have.
Wood,
in the street.
Yes.
But yeah, just make sure we understand every single material. Like this thing is supposed to be very reflective.
Where?
I mean, this signage.
Yes, it's pretty much. But yeah, depending on where it is compared to the sunlight and your face, then but you can always play with this a little bit much more on the left, so we don't have the whole reflection on your place. So try to play with the reality, so it's not an issue, but it can help you with the composition as well.
Yeah.
And the balance of gray levels.
But yeah. Basically, my idea was like
not the same thing, but the same color. It's weird, and it's like playing against each other.
Exactly, and it feels like it's the same texture. So this is something you can just like do some subtle change, and so you will have like something more lively, basically.
Yes. Okay. And I think like overall, your painting, you can really play with the materials of the windows. Yeah. That's something that could bring alive your paint, because we feel like the materials are kind of all the same, basically. But so we will need like highlights, darkest dark, and stuff like this, like to really, you really want to play with that. And for that, I will say, it's really easy trick, but go on Google Map and look around. you got, it's a very good ref, because when you search for a reference on internet, you always find like photoshopped stuff, like annoying things with a lot of filters. But when you go by yourself on Google Map, you can find all of the not perfect things, and it's perfect for you actually. Oh, actually, what I did appeared to be wrong. Like,
Yeah.
here we do have it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, but you have like the separation.
Yeah,
the
but
gaps, so it depends.
I don't like it, so. But it's too tight to the. But yeah, so apparently yes, and that's a good thing actually, because it shows you that sometimes in real life you have imperfections. That will bring more life to your painting as well. That, but you have to control it, or else it will just be all mess.
Yeah, but the thing
Yes.
is like, you know, the pavement is thinner when you have like the zebra pass. And
Yes.
like most part of the time, for example, and I don't know if we have this.
No,
on the
yes,
painting
that's a good
or-
point. And that's where it's very cool to just look at real life. Like we always forget that, because you have to do a concept, you have to imagine everything. No, stop it. It's like painters. They look at outside before they paint, you know. So just you will not create the reality, like be inspired by the reality, and it will be easier. I saw that everyone was trying to do so many crazy things and ideas while they are doing the concept, but while they are not yet controlling and understanding what they're doing. So I think it's going a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
And maybe sometimes it's better to do something simple, but controlling it and understanding it. But yeah, I don't remember what you already said, sorry. And I already talked too much.
But yeah, this is a really great painting. I mean, other than that, it's just like improving the lighting scenario, and that's
composition
pretty much
works. The idea is amazing. The dog is amazing. I think it's your dog, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. Would you does the color work? I'm not sure if it's mostly just the saturation, right? Everything's just in the lighting, shadows. Okay.
So yeah, I would say that it's like basically like the real thing is the shadows, like everything. It's
okay.
part of the lighting, you know, like the dropping shadows and the reflection. Don't forget about the reflection. It's like it's two different things, but there is so many things that you have to think about. So that's why I try to be fast, but there's everything to talk about at the same time. It's very complicated.
You will have a lot of painting
I'm
to
not.
talk
I'm
about.
sorry. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to.
It was very helpful. Can I have one question about the window? Because I was like looking at reference. So it's like you basically see the shininess, but then you see as you go towards the donuts, right? You see more of it, like the actual donut. Is that how it is? Because I was like looking, it's kind of like you see the reflection of the sky up top, but as you get closer, lower, yeah, you kind of see more of the actual thing.
Okay, so what was the question again? Sorry.
Am I thinking about that correctly? Because I was like looking at reference as well, but is it sometimes it's like very shiny up top and reflecting a lot of the sky or whatever is like in front of it, but then as it gets lower, I guess we see more of the donut.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do a paint over, but basically about the direction of your sun.
You don't have to talk at the same time.
Yes. No, I like to explain what I'm doing.
Okay.
But am I going to do that? Yes, like this. But basically, you are asking me how to light it properly, right? And how to play with the reflection.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. So basically, if you have an object that takes more the light behind the glass, then you won't see the reflection. That's basically how it works. So it means that you have two things. You have the reflection of the city, of the environment on the glass, and behind it, you have all of the object that takes the sunlight. And a direct sunlight heat is stronger than a reflection on the glass, because the reflection on the glass won't be 100% the reflection of the power of the light. So basically, what you're gonna just do there, it's first. Yes, it's not my Photoshop. I don't know what to do. Oh yes, you're like right. So basically, what I will do is just take this. I guess it's on separated layers, right? You just take this, and you're gonna start to paint with them Is it pink? Okay. You're gonna take like a color that is yes, it's hard to talk and paint in the same time.
Yeah, paint and explain after, really.
Yes. So basically, I want to do it like easily, but up. So I'm gonna take a little bit warmer every time because it takes the sunlight. It looks green, but I don't know. But yes,
Yeah.
like this. But yeah, don't hesitate. Like to do. You know what? This one's gonna be green. It's easier. But yeah. So basically, just like everything you have, and also up. Don't put too much saturation everywhere. Up.
Up is something really French.
Yeah.
And this is really great. I was doing the same thing as well.
Yes, but yeah, since it's taking the sunlight, you just have to light it basically. But behind the whole store behind, depending on how I would say something. How far the wall is behind, about the direction of the sun. Like for example, we know the sun is coming from the left, so this part of the wall is going to be in the dark, so we won't have anything lit. The only thing we're going to have that is lightened is basically a good white. I'm going to touch this white, yeah. But also try to, if you have white in your painting, try to have the same kind of white everywhere. If you put too many different color of white, and I would say if you manage too much all of your gray levels and saturation for one texture, one intensity of color, then it will be messy. So try to remember that, to not have too much different values, because the balance of colors, of composition, of hard and smooth, everything is a contrast. Everything is about it's about balancing warm and cold, you know, details and stuff. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying since like I think 7th week now. I think they don't want to hear any more about balance and contrast. No, just kidding.
But yeah, basically just light it.
And the question on top,
the shadow as well.
Yeah, and what about like the sky reflection?
Yes, a reflection. Yes. Oh, I'm lost in my mind. So yeah, about the reflection. Then you have to imagine what's behind you when you paint. That's when actually you really have to take a decision of what's outside of the camera frame. That will help you actually be in the painting, because if you know what's surrounding your camera frame, then you know how to play with ambient colors, for example. So it's always interesting to know that.
Yeah, you just saw the picture on the chat.
Yeah, I just saw that. So yeah, basically there we can see that we have an open space of the street there, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, about the reflection. Well, it depends. Do you have tall buildings? Do you have small buildings? I would say it's small buildings, basically. But I would say, like, for example, there you will not have a reflection on the window because you have buildings that we can see because of the shadow. So you won't have any reflection. Like, oh, actually, you will have a reflection if the streets that takes the blue light of the sky is lighter than the inside of the shop. Then you will have a reflection. So you will have to really think about that. Like, how is it? You have to think about everything basically to do it. But you have to make a decision. If you don't make a decision, then you will be like, what do I do? Do I do that or that? You just have to take a choice basically. So for the streets, what I will do first is, the thing is, here we want to see what's inside. So reflections are cool to render pictures, but then it will not help the storytelling there. So what I would say is,
this one on top that can help maybe.
Yeah, but I was like, I was just lazy. But
okay.
Yeah. So basically, yes, what you could do is up. Okay, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be like this. Okay. I use the calc layer, lighten, basically, because the lighten layers really helps on one thing. Wait for it, just gonna do it like this. Like we'll say we have a sky, and then we have buildings that are in the shadows. Like I just do something simple, you know. Like, but the thing is about the camera frame, as buildings can be pretty high behind you. So it will just depend like what do you have behind the camera. But for example, we'll just go like this. Like the layer lighten really helps you, because if something is more light behind this layer, then you will see it. So basically that's the perfect, how to say perfect? Adjustment of a layer if you want to put, for example, that. Wait, another example. Well, I use it a lot to do the atmospheric perspective, even though you have to be careful, because if it's fog, then you won't see something behind it. But if it's just atmospheric perspective, like the density of particles, then for the distance, use it so you will see the lightest whites, basically. So yeah, it's something I really use often. And actually, the good thing with the reflection in this case, it's like it helps you balance your cold and your warm, because it's very, very warm overall here.
Yeah.
So it really helps you with that. So yeah, you can use that. But then it will just depend on few things about it. It's gonna be depend on a composition, about the, I don't remember the word in English, not field of view, but you know, the camera lens.
The fog.
Yeah, something like this. Sorry, I'm bad with words, but yeah, basically the camera lens. You know, like it will just depend the distance of the camera, and then it will change the height of.
Focal, yeah.
Thank you. It will change the height of the building, but then you can play with everything. If you know everything, you can just change it so it helps your pictures, your composition. And also don't forget about darkest darks. Like for example, when you have two things that are tight like this, you will have a shadow cast of the sun, but then you will have as well what we call, I think, ambient occlusion as well. I'm just gonna put multiply. Okay. The thing is about that is it's gonna be darker than if it was just there, you know, because there we have a bigger space, so it will take the color of the environment around. It's a multiply, yes. But here, then it's so close to other object that basically you will have a few percentage of environment lighting. So that's why it will be darker, because it will take less the light, basically. So, and the more it is open to lighting, the more it's gonna be light.
Yeah, and taking the ambient light, basically.
Yes, you take basically the ambient light. Yeah, but yeah, there's so much thing to talk about. Like, be careful about the color of the sky and the intensity of the sky as well, because in the sky here we can see that you really choose a very white, you know, in the background. But the thing is, okay, you can have a very white sky when you have a lot of clouds, because then they will take the sunlight, you know, they will be hit by the sunlight. But typically, just look at some pictures. Like, if the sun is behind you, your sky is gonna be actually pretty dark compared to your environment that is hit by the sun. So the thing is, in your picture as well,
is it useful to talk about like this kind of rainbow effect in the sky?
Rainbow effect.
Like,
oh yeah, yes.
This is something else. Yeah, okay.
Yes, but it's gonna take so much time.
Yeah,
and the thing is, I don't know how much time I can annoy them. So
you don't annoy anyone.
No, want to annoy them. So basically, I'm just gonna do like this. You know, a little bit like this as well. Up.
Maybe with a lighten, or you can with the magic wand.
Yeah, just gonna do like this. I know it's dirty, but you know what? Okay, so basically, I'm just gonna choose a saturation filter, and okay, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna go with something dark, with something blue, and but then it's just a selection, and inside it, basically you will have different kind of colors, basically. Up. Oh, sorry about that.
Doing this all the time.
So the thing is, the more up you're gonna look in the sky, the more towards the dark blue purple it's gonna be, because the less density you have between you and the top of the sky, and the more you're gonna look in the distance, the more it's gonna be toward the green and the red finally, because basically you have like a rainbow of colors. It's like every sky. It's like, it's so subtle. You know, it's very, very subtle, but it's all of this mix of colors that oh yes, it's another thing here. Don't do too much monochromatic thingy. Wait, less you have to do a monochromatic paint, of course, but don't do it if it's not what you are aiming for, basically, because you have to mix a lot of colors. But the thing is about the sky, I don't have an example, but I think you can easily find it.
You want to Google something to show it? Is it easy to find?
I had a JPEG I did, so I will share it with all of the colors of the sky like this.
Yeah.
So it will be easier. Yeah,
okay.
it's on my computer, so I will just.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something as well. Like sometimes do it when you understand and you know things. Like save shortcuts, I would say. Like sometimes I have a base for the color of my sky, so I don't lose time, because sometimes in the production. Well, sometimes they always are like, oh yes, we have to do this fast, like it's every time that. So you have to be organized. And so when I was working in video game, I had a folder with all of the PNG I cut out of pictures so I can photobash quickly. And now I have all of the basic colors like this for the sky as a JPEG. So I don't lose times, because I want to have some free times, you know, as well, so I can play Dark Souls. So the thing is, work fast and efficiently, and then you can be free as well. So that's a cool thing. But so it helps you in many ways. So
maybe we can switch.
Yes, I think we can switch. It's fine. It's very. If we have to talk about other fundamental stuff, maybe we can do with other paintings.
Yeah.
So we can move
we'll
forward.
have like enough time to go over everything, I think.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yes. Don't hesitate to stop me if I don't.
No, it's fine. Anyway, you really did a great job. Again, it's just like a matter of referencing and lighting. So just take a bit more time to understand your reference, your lighting, and try to add maybe some more little subtleties to your road and stuff like this from real life, just to make it a bit more real. But that's pretty much it. Like, again, you really did a great work during the entire class. So,
composition is really nice. The idea is really nice. Yes.
Thanks so much, Leah and Pierre. Thanks for your time as well. It was very helpful feedback.
Of course. Okay, next one is Leon. If you are here, I think you are. Yes, I see you.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
hello.
the space.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, you told me something in the Discord, but yeah, I'll let you explain everything again.
Yeah, it was a mess. No, just because I wanted to redesign some parts, so I lost a lot of my time trying to change the design, and so I rushed my painting.
So this was the
And,
blocking
yeah.
from last week.
Okay, cool. I see.
Yeah, from the last week. So I didn't have time to add background context extra. I just just trying to send something I could.
Okay.
Okay, we lost it.
No, it's me. No worries. Okay. So
You want
it's
to start,
in the
or?
space, and
Yes.
it's in the middle of nowhere, because we are
Yes.
artists and we like to be alone in the middle of nowhere.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
And yeah, the feedback from last time were more like, you know, you had like a bit more storytelling, maybe a generator, so we understand how they can cook stuff
Yes.
here.
Of course.
Maybe like some really far, maybe like house or city or something, but he just explained he didn't have time to do it. Just so we understand that, you know, they can actually sell this thing to someone. But yeah,
Yes, I saw.
yeah.
La viennoiserie.
Yeah. He's
He's French?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was
Yes.
like, oh, it's nice.
Yeah, this is the reason why.
Okay.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe I can find for you the mood board.
Yes, I already have
yeah.
some thoughts.
Yeah. You know what? Give me a few seconds.
Yes.
I think the mood board was here.
The cool thing
probably.
is, all of what I said during the first painting, actually, it's gonna be help me to move faster now.
Just to give you an idea, you have this. I can open it
Yes.
here. But yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was the mood board and the overall like art direction ID I got.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's mostly inspiration.
Oh, I think it's fun.
Yeah.
I think it's fun. It reminds me of some comics.
Yeah, I really like it, to be honest.
It's simple. The thing is, sometimes simple works. So the first thing I would say is what I said on the last piece is difference of materials. Like you really have to enhance that, basically, so we can understand the difference of reflection, the difference of the
Yes.
textures of materials. For example, if we have metallic parts here, if we have, I don't know if it's painted or if it's metallic parts, but it's often nice to play with that. Like you have the metallic pole that are there. Then if it's in metal, it could reflect the environment you are around, you know. So, and it will help to balance all of your gray level, basically, to have a little bit of, it's true that every time we look at the paintings, we don't have highlights.
Yeah.
You know, we always look lost the highlights. As well, I will say something is I was sure gonna be able to talk about it. Is basically you have to choose which light is the most powerful in your pictures. Basically, if you have a plain daylight in your paint, then the sunlight is gonna be stronger than industrial lighting inside. So it will appear very dark inside. So basically, that's what I think we call exposure. Yes, that's exposure, basically. So the thing is, it's going to be so light outside than inside, even though when you are inside and you're looking at everything, it's very light, you know, but from outside, it's going to be very dark, basically.
Okay.
It will look very dark because you have a direct sunlight that is hitting outside. And the thing is, well, it's like when you look at your phone in the night, you know, everything looks very dark around you. But if you are used to the dark, well, the dark seems pretty light. So that's basically it. It's going to be very dark inside. So yeah, so never forget that. Like you have to really make a decision again about what are the intensities of each of my different lightings. So I have one with dominance compared to the others. So it's when I'm going to be able to show the step by step of the bakery I did. Like I have like 6 lighting in the same time. I was like, oh, it was terrific to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in this time it will help you a lot. Like make decision about things like what is the dominant thing, what is the dominant color, what is the dominant light. So yeah, I will say the materials are almost all, they all react the same as the environments, I will say. So try to maybe, Leah showed you how to texture, you know, things. So you could try to play with that. And so basically to enhance this part, you could play with the reflection, so highlights and stuff like this.
I like what you started to do on the ground, to be honest. Like the shape and the value are pretty great. So I think it's really a matter of time. Like you just need more time.
Yes.
And maybe I would say maybe to balance a bit the saturation, but I was like, I don't know.
Well, the thing is,
this is the goal.
I saw that the yellow you use in the light as actually, I think it's well balanced, but maybe and on the opposite, you can enhance
Yeah,
it
makes sense.
in the shadow.
Yep.
So you have a
Okay.
contrast as well, and you have something different. And as well, if it's in the shadows, it will take the environment colors ambient mix with this color. So if it's a yellow, a basic yellow, and you
This is
have
what
a
you
blue, then
already-
it's gonna be more towards the green. But yeah, it's cool.
This is already what we kind of
That's
have.
cool. That's a cool thing. But yes, I will do something a little bit like this.
Yeah.
But to pop the saturation a little bit more, I will say, and to mix it. Sometimes I just do saturation, but it's maybe more easy to put the colors with the color balance inside it. So if you want a little bit of cyan, a little bit of blue, you can balance it more easily. But yeah, globally, I will say it's just that. Like you have to move forward. Careful of the shadows, but I guess it's a beginning. So yes. For example, yes, be careful about where are the objects in your
shadow.
Yes. Be careful of the shadow. Like if it's one sun, I know it's another universe, so maybe there's 2 or 3 suns. But in this case, we're gonna go with the easy mode, one sun. So it's one direction basically. So if you choose to this direction,
same thing as before.
Same thing as before. You know, same thing. So yes, and be careful about where is the base of the car compared to the ground and the bakery. Put your perspective. So maybe the base of the car is, you know, more.
Yeah, makes sense.
On the ground, so we can really see, feel the ground. I don't really understand like how is this, but because the most important thing when you do painting as well, it's that people that looks at it, they have to understand it very fast. It's something like the client will ask very often. That's like the first thing they have to understand what they are seeing. So make it easy. Basically, it's like every time we want to do art, we want to do new things, but make it easy. But it's easy to say.
Yeah,
I know. Sorry, but yeah.
And the easiest it feels, the hardest it is to do most part of the time.
Yeah.
So
also, one thing I saw that the grass you did is a grass like on Namek, you know. So it's like, is it bluish grass? Yes. The thing is, if it's a bluish one, if it takes the light, you will keep this cyan look, you know. But if it's what, it's feedback for everyone else. Be careful about the color of the grass. It works with the plants as well as the green. Basically, when it takes the light, it's gonna be more throughout the yellow rather than the blue. So that will help you to have a difference, basically. So we can understand where is the sun lighting the scene, basically. But here it's gonna be very blue. So in the shadow, I guess I will pop the blue a little bit more. It's like a rule I often use because it's easy and it works 90% of the times. Yes, like the shadow part is gonna be more saturated, like 90% of the time. Like if you have only one room with one light and you have no bounce light and nothing, of course, yes. Or sometimes also 2 colors kills each others. And so you just lose saturations. So that's also another thing. So, but yeah. So basically, yes, just balance your lights. Choose which one is the strongest light in your scene.
Yes.
Maybe with your scene, actually, it could almost looks like Hollywood moonlight, you know. So maybe if it's Hollywood moonlight, then the electric light inside are stronger. But then you can play with the composition and with the reality with that, you know. Like that's what I would do if I really wanted to pop inside.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, Clea is saying hi in the chat.
Oh, hello.
But yeah, I think that's all we have. I don't know if you hear me well because I'm like pretty far from the mic.
I hear you.
Yes. Okay, great. But yeah, I think this is all we
Sorry,
have
I'm a little bit too warm.
Oh,
because I
yeah.
talk and
Do what you have to do.
yes.
But yeah, other than that, it's pretty great. Like, just keep moving forward and like try to add like this really great shape into your
Yes.
design as well. Would be really great. I mean, into the texturing you're gonna do. You don't have to go crazy in texture. You know, you don't have to do what I'm doing. But yeah, what you just started is really
Yes.
great. So yeah, just continue. Oh, and like for you or all the other students, I will stay in the Discord, like even if the class is finished. So if you want to post what you did and the final piece, please feel free. I just would like to see like the final printing you did.
Yes. Thank you so
But
much.
the colors are really cool. I like
Yeah,
it. I really like the
same.
colors. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Of course. I think the next one is Raphael, and Raphael is French as well,
Okay.
just so you know.
But I
Yes,
didn't
hello,
know.
hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey. So how was your homework for you?
Yes, this week was super hard because I never did a picture like that with this lighting setup. And yes, like you said last week, we need to find a solution our problem with lighting, composition, temperature, etc. And yeah, I think I'm lacking knowledge about this.
Mhm.
And yes, it was difficult to balance between the time and because I think I lost too much time just try to repent about my brushwork. On my brushwork.
Yeah.
And yes, I have difficult to pass the next step. And yeah, I'm a little bit stuck in my painting, and yeah, it's hard to find a solution about this to pass to the next level.
Yeah. We already saw your painting before, and I think like one of the first thing we say was like the black are not black enough. Like everything is kind of like dark blue. So we were liking some of the contrast and like some of your color are pretty monochromatic.
But I love the
But
colors. Overall,
yes,
the colors are really like orange and blue.
yeah,
It's
this is
really
I
nice.
really
Yes.
like it as well.
Yes. And the
Um,
idea as well reminds me of the Fifth Element with
yeah.
the McDonald's thingy, you know. Like I was like, dang, this concept.
Oh, maybe it
yeah.
was one of your reference.
Oh, it's
No, but yeah, it's
But
like
yeah.
that.
yeah, but it reminds me of that. So it's really cool. No, well, so you are struggling with the next step of now, how do I improve the texturing and the
the
rendering
lighting,
and the
basically.
lighting? We say that, of course, brush, it's not doing everything. Like every time people are like, what brush do you use and stuff like this. But it will help with textures. Like,
You want to go for something more like
oh,
Arcan?
Arcan.
Yeah, if I remember well.
Oh,
it was
yes.
Arcan style,
Oh, yes.
kinda.
For the mix of colors,
Yeah.
what I do when I do this kind of stuff is I just use the color dynamic
I already talked about this, yeah.
and I uncheck the apply per tip.
Yeah.
So every time, and then you can play with it. Like, don't put the brightness like this; it's gonna kill everything. And you are doing.
It was useful for my painting.
No. The thing is, you are doing Arcan style, and I know that in Arcan style, like the values, the middle values are pretty flat.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very calm, you know. So the thing is, you want to use a mix of color that don't have too many dark values, different values. So basically, what I will do basically is just like go brush by brush. If you want really Arcan style, you can really, and you control it like this, saturation and hue. And then you will have a mix of colors, basically. So it will help you a lot.
Yeah, you're reading the chat.
Yeah. Yes. So basically, that's what I will use to mix the colors, because when I look at your piece, the thing is, so the basic idea is good, the composition is good, the colors is good. So now we want to improve basically the monochromatic issue we have with, first of all, the light, the orange light. It's like we have the same light, same color in the cars, in the windows. So if you don't know what color to choose to have a balance of hue, you can play with this tool. It really helps a lot. So when you have a window like this, it's dirty, but don't judge. Yes, and I'm drawing with the mouse as well.
I'm painting with the mouse because of you.
Yes, so this time I want the hue to change a little bit, but if you struggle to find a color, you can still play with this. Basically, it will help you to mix the colors. See, don't overuse it, of course, but it will help you to have different, because you know, like in real life, every place, every room, if someone is watching TV, someone is playing video games, if someone has a gaming room all pink, you know, then all of the lights gonna be different. Like not everyone has or else it's art direction and this place like this, but there's always exceptions. But try to basically add more balance between desaturation, like some place is going to be more basically just whitish, I will say. Some place is going to be more green, more yellow. Like look at the streets lights, basically on the streets. Sometimes it's goldish, sometimes it's green, sometimes it's just white, you know. So you have to really mix all of these colors to bring it alive. Yeah,
Okay.
looking for reference. City buildings nights.
Yeah, trying something.
Yes. Wait, I'm gonna look for a good ref. Oh, maybe internet does not like that. If we
Just like one Google is okay, but
Okay.
not too much.
okay,
But yeah, this one is a good
that's
one.
a good example. See, and everyone is at his balcony apparently. So I think.
There's something going on outside.
No, the picture I think is
Yeah.
weird, but no, it's like duplication of
Yeah,
stuff.
I know.
Sorry, I took the worst picture. I'm gonna look for another one.
You have this one?
Yes.
Yeah, this one
Yeah,
is
this
great.
one is better. No, this one is better.
Yeah.
The man is gonna look for a ref. The first ref is AI, you know. It's horrible. So yeah, basically, it's a good example. Like, and with that, you can basically have more story in your piece. You know, like everyone likes different things, so that's cool. So you can play with colors like this. If you want the basically colors to be more towards the blue, more towards the certain specific colors, you can, but you still need variations to don't end up with a monochromatic piece. So basically, I will say you have to balance your colors. And as well, when you have a lighting like this, between the source light, a source light is going to be like, don't be afraid to really have a color that is close to pure white for a source light, of course. Then you have the bulb that is glass. And then you have the first, sorry, I have to think in the same time. Then you will have the lightest part of the thing. And basically, let me just find it. But then, so what I want to say is that I'm just gonna use a gradient. It's gonna be easier to demonstrate what I want to show. You will have a gradient, basically. You will have a gradient of colors as well. But between between the yellow, between the green, I just have to choose like, what do I want to show? You know what? I'm gonna go with orange. You know what? I'm gonna go with orange. I want an orange light, but oh, that's why I have the color dynamic there. For my example, it's not the best thing. And the thing is, as well, when I'm gonna lose my, okay, so here, where it's closer, I'm more gonna go towards the yellow and the green, then I'm gonna go towards the orange, and then I'm gonna go toward the merge of the ambience and the source light. So basically, maybe it's gonna be more purple, maybe it's gonna be more green about the type of environments you have, but basically you have a whole gradient between everything. I didn't think yet enough about the piece, so I don't know yet. Up.
Yeah, it's really hard to adapt to everyone painting. Because like all the painting of a different scenario.
Yes. But basically, don't hesitate to have gradients between everything, between all of the colors, basically. Like between the source light, the first that first hits the object, and then I'm sorry, I didn't prepare anything, so I'm a little bit lost in my mind. I have too much things to think about it. But basically, think about all of the colors matching together that creates new colors. So basically, the red is going to be more purple, and you have to really look for red, because I know like the street lights really. Maybe I could. It's a good example. I will show with my step by step. I had that to do basically, and basically the yellow is going towards the orange, but then the blue parts, that's it. The blue parts that are lit by the environments, it's going to be more purple because of the warmth of the light source. So you're going to have a gradient of greenish, yellow, orange, and then the purple of the blue of the shadow, and then the blue, of course. But of course, if you do nighttime, it's not always blue. It's more, if you look at the old paintings, they play a little bit more with the green and the yellow. So, but yes. Oh, no, what did I click on? Okay. So yeah, so basically mix the colors, like really try to balance the colors. And
more dark.
Like inside the course, it's going to be more white. It's going to be more like a simple lightning, you know, like more industrial lightning. Maybe with a color, you can as well, you know, help understand, how to say, the mood of what's it is. If you want something cold and creepy and industrial, do very desaturated and or cold saturation, so it will help with the storytelling basically. So but yeah, I will just say that colors overall are great. Just mix your colors so you don't end up with monochromatic stuff, and values as well. But it's difficult since it's nighttime and we are often too afraid to play with the darkest dark.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just missing my darkest dark, I think.
The thing is, I think maybe even though we don't want to catch the eye in the background, of course, because the interest. I know what you're gonna do. Yeah. Definitely. Maybe we could hint a little bit of moonlight or sky with different values, so we can play with the silhouetting, and with this silhouetting, we're gonna be able to. Let's say, to make a decision about what's going to be dark. You know, like the thing is, in your piece, what we want is the lightning coming from the streets. You know, once again, you can have streets that are different hue of colors because all of the light poles are not exactly the same. So you can play with that. Of course, don't do something like with crazy colors everywhere. Or you have to maintain around one color, one sense. So basically, I will say, really make like the rooftops darker because we have to, we need one dominant source of light, I think. Light source, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, my English is rusty as hell.
But it's the same for me. Sometimes I'm saying some stuff in French.
Yeah.
So,
but be careful with that because you don't want to bring too much focus, too much contrast, where you don't want people to look at the pictures. So be careful about that. For example, you know, we don't really want to go there. We don't really need to go there as your main story is here. And since the eye is looking at something very bright, neon stuff, you know, so this part is going to be very dark, I think.
Yeah.
So you have to.
This is the part I had in mind.
This
is the area I had in mind.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. French accent is going to be wide. I have to focus. But yeah. Don't be afraid of a very enhance your darkest dark, and basically the exposure of your picture. Think exposure. Think like, how will this work? Like, is this light very strong? If it's strong, I will not see in the shadow because I don't have an environment lighting that is strong enough to light the shadow spots. or else you're gonna end up with something where you can see a little bit of everything, but you don't have a dominant, you know. So you have to make a decision. Once again, you have to make a decision of which one is the strongest one on your picture. So what I will do in your case is maybe these lights, the light that are a little bit around, make them a little bit less bright, you know?
And so we can light the bakery.
Yes, exactly. I will say that. But yeah, maybe a different light for the bakery
This is what I
compared to
was
the other
thinking about.
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe something.
maybe apartments can be colder, you know, not colder, but a little bit desaturated.
Yeah.
But then the bakery is warm. You know, play with colors so it helps with the storytelling, I would say.
Definitely.
Yes, be careful as well for this kind of contrast we have here. I think it is your strongest contrast in the painting, just right there. Sorry, just right there. So be careful about this kind of stuff.
I think this one is pretty high in contrast.
Yeah. You don't need that actually. Just you don't need that. Sometimes simple is enough. Is good. For example, like it can be even more lit. You don't have to like do too much brush strokes and stuff. Like as Leah showed, sometimes just a flat color is enough to make it understand, you know. But once again, it's Arcan style, so
Yeah.
painterly style. Yes.
Yeah, so you need.
But
you
painterly
need this.
style with balance of values.
Yeah, of course.
So they stick together and they're not too much contrast.
Yeah, it's like there is like different color, but with the same value.
Exactly. Yes, as you made with your
Yeah.
scooter.
Yeah,
say
Vespa. I say Vespa because I'm never sure. about-
motorcycle, but not the big one. Like, yeah, scooter.
the
maybe we
Vespa.
say,
Let's
yeah.
say
Sorry,
Vespa.
I'm rusty.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is the idea. Yeah,
Yes.
I think we got everything on this one.
Yes. One last thing, but quick. Foreground, very dark.
Vespa, yeah.
Vespa. They're all Vespa,
Yeah.
but dark. Like you want to help the eye to understand the. I don't have the
The
word.
depth.
The depth. Oof, the hard one. The depth of the picture. So really, don't forget. Like, don't be afraid of doing darkest dark. Like your dark is very light. There, you can go there. You know. So
But this is something a lot of people are used to say to students, like don't do white and dark.
yeah, but you know, students in our schools were. Meh.
I mean, teacher, you mean not?
No, teachers. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry. Teacher in the schools, they told us so many weird things sometimes that
But
once
it was more our generation.
our
I think,
generation,
yeah.
I think, yeah, it was not very academic studying. It was like they didn't know that much about what they are talking about. I got even one teacher, I remember, he told me, oh yeah, if you got a job, you can just go at 10 a.m. and leave at 3 p.m. It's okay. And I was like, okay, if I do that in real life in France, I'm gonna be fired, you know,
Yeah.
because you have to be there. But hopefully now I'm in freelance, so I can do it, but they don't know. So that's better. As long as your job is good, your work is good, it's okay.
Okay, thanks a lot. It's helped me a lot.
Of course.
Yes. Merci
Of
beaucoup.
course. Did they mean 3 a.m.? No, 3 p.m.
Oh yes, sorry.
We can see some flat color in Arcan too. We can see this in Leah's reference, I think. Yes, you're right.
Yes, that is yes.
Yeah, 10-3 work there will be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one is Juan, if you are here.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, okay, let me open what you did. So how was the week for you?
I struggled a little bit. I wanted to do more, but it ended up a little flat, I think.
It's
But
the same
there's
thing
some-
again, yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's about to choose what's the strongest light in your composition. Like you would have to, it's again the exposure, the strongest light. We can feel that you almost have, wait for it, you almost have Hollywood moonlight. But once I say that, I would say maybe do a moon that is a little bit more full, so we can understand that it's powerful, you know. So that's one thing I would say. If you want a strong light during the night, well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not like a scientist of the night, but I think it is, yes, moonlight are pretty light, yes.
Yeah, but you can see like
Yes.
when we're sleeping and there is
Always moonlight, always storms, it's hell.
this
but
is
yeah,
another
yeah.
subject, but yeah, you can see that the like we even if we have the curtain, like we have a really strong light from the moon.
Yes, scary.
It is.
But yeah, basically, for that, I will say you have to choose where your strongest light. So, for example, here, what do we have? We have all of the facade of your house that is lightened, but by I don't know what, basically. So that I don't understand. So basically, if you don't have a light, I'm just gonna put multiplier mask and that's it.
Maybe you can show the ref.
What ref? Oh,
like
yeah.
this one after.
After, yes. But basically, you know what? I'm gonna go just FX time. I don't have time to.
Oh, maybe you could use the night from day for this one. Not sure.
It will help to put some blues in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yes.
And could be great to show them the night
Oh
from day,
yes,
maybe.
night from day. Yes, but don't play too much with the color
Yeah.
lookup. I did that when I first started, and then all of my colors were wrong because I was like, oh, it do the trick, but I was not understanding what I was doing, you know. So night from day really helps you, you know, to have this bluish environment. I remember I used to use that for my shadows in paintings in Photobash when I was back in days. But then I was like, if I want the exact colors, I cannot do that.
Yeah.
But then you can always put a saturation that is linked to the color lookup and change the color of the. But then you go in weird stuff, you know. So.
But just so you know, you can do it.
Yes. But don't do it. So basically, I will say so. Your environment should be. Wait, can I show you? That's not.
You're starting to seem like a real scientist of the night.
Wait, I'm just looking for a reference that is not that does not have too much filters. That's not possible to find. Oh wait,
you can move the chat,
yes, I'm gonna move the chat there, but oh my god, I cannot find one ref where it's not like.
Yeah, a lot of filter everywhere.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like this one, but now
what
you
can
can't.
I put? Snow Night. I'm gonna put the name of a country, so Canada. They have a lot of snow.
Oh yeah.
And then you don't have filters and stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Perfect. So yes. So now we need the blue sky. Well, it's gonna be pretty dark. Even if you have snow on the trees, basically it's gonna be pretty dark. Yeah, it's gonna be super dark.
Yeah, you can open it on the side if you want.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna show you in the same times what I try to look for, but basically, it's super hard to find a good ref.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm just gonna put that there meanwhile and do this with what I remember from what.
Just move the chat.
Yes,
so I can
sorry.
see them.
So basically, what you have is that everything that the moon lights is the back of the trees we have there. So everything that is in front of that is gonna be very dark, even though it's a white. If you don't have like even the whites. Maybe from ski station.
Yeah, maybe.
Nice. Ski station. night, moonlight.
Yeah.
In the
They need to stop with filter. This is
yes,
the
that's
thing.
terrific. It's super hard to find
Oh.
a good ref now. It's like it's terrific. Terrible, not terrific. Don't know. But yeah, basically, yeah, it's not a moonlight, but you're gonna be able to see that even though you have a strong blue light, it's gonna be like super dark. It's gonna be like pretty dark. The thing is, I don't have a moonlight because to find a picture with a moonlight, it's gonna be like Instagram filters and stuff like this. It's gonna be, yeah. I'm sorry, I cannot seem to find something that is alike. I just said something wrong. I have something.
Yeah. I think this one is pretty okay.
Yes, that's perfect for the color of the snow, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah. So basically, the color of the snow is gonna be pretty dark. Sorry, I'm gonna zoom out. It's gonna be easier for you. So that's a moonlight, and see, it's not like completely blue. It's desaturated. Okay, we have a little bit of blue, but it's desaturated and a little bit of yellow. But yes, so your snow is gonna be pretty dark. See, and also something, we are against the light of the moon. So we are in the shadow. So I think a good ref for the gray level is this part, basically. So yeah, you really have to be careful about that. And see, and the dark, it's gonna be super dark. If you see a little bit of the tree, it's gonna be like super dark.
Oh, you have few stuff like I feel like a lot of 3D films
Mhm.
lately have wrong rim lighting just so yeah, make the character pop out more like bad guys. Yes,
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course. And maybe you can click on this one. This is from
Oh, Gurney,
Gurney.
James Gurney. Oh yeah, I started with his
Yeah.
books. Yeah, I remember I was at school, but I understand nothing. And once you read it, oh, sorry, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
But once you read it every time, it really helps you. But yeah, you can see about the moonlight, like the source of the moonlight, the base of the moonlight is gonna be warm because it's lit light, and I never know by the sun. So it's gonna be you're gonna have a gradient around the moonlight from basically white desaturated to yellow to green to blue. So you're gonna have a lot of gradients of colors like around this. But yeah, so basically do your environment much darker, and do all of your snow that is here. It's gonna be like very dark as well. Like everything's gonna be dark. I'm gonna do a quick selection. As well, if you have time, you can always try to stylize pine trees. I did it. It's very hard at the beginning, and then but here we drew a lot of trees. But so what selection did I just make? I think it's terrible. What did I just make? Okay,
Yeah,
the
it's because
selection
you had-
is terrible. But yes, like this and like this.
Wow.
It's impressive.
Yeah, you're impressive.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically that, and basically you're gonna have to really choose where is the light source coming from. And so about the color of the sky, the link you have in the chat is really great. It's extreme in the way that it's like super yellow and green. Actually, sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's just desaturated, very dark. It's gonna depend on the moon, because sometimes you have a red moon, you have, so the thing is, since everything is possible, you just have to know when it's possible and what's the effect of it. So once again, I will say, I will say is the mix of the lights inside. It's we don't know where the light is coming from. It's a little bit everywhere. So you have to have basically balance of colors. Again, like a gradient of colors. So be careful about that. Light pole, a little bit too warm, you know. You have to maybe the thing is, it's fun. Like every time someone is doing a light, it's very orange. But I think it's about the preference of colors as well.
Yeah, I was doing
Yeah.
the same thing.
When I
Yeah.
do something, it's always yellow green.
Yeah.
So
But there is a thing like, for example, I do this because I just don't like green. So I'm like, I know I should put green, but I don't like it all. So, depend.
Yeah. But yeah, just once again, it's exposure. It's the power of your light source. Which one do you want to be the more dominant in your pictures? Do you want your picture to be pretty dark, but with strong highlights, strong lights, coming from the inside? Or do you want a moon that is lightens the face of the bar? Sorry,
The bakery.
The bakery.
It's a bakery.
Yes.
This is a beer curry. Look at this.
It's beer like this. Sorry.
Yeah, a beer.
Okay.
No, not the beer you drink after work.
Yeah,
not this
of course,
one.
yes. I'm sorry because I got a job when I had to make something like this at some point, and it was a brasserie. Yes, yes,
yeah.
a pub.
It was a pub.
So yes, just beers in my mind. But yeah, I will say that. But also
They cook beers. Yes, exactly.
they cook. Yeah. Oh yeah, they could sell beers actually. Yes. But yeah, a big. Sorry, gonna do it again. Be careful of your light source. Like nothing can lighten this part. You know, nothing can lighten this snow here. So all of this snow is gonna be in the dark, and I'm painting under this. It's terrible.
Oh, and Tessa is saying maybe Sunny World Clock will also be helpful for light changes and night photos. So if you want to click on the link and check. Just because I don't know
Sunny
it.
World Clock.
Yeah, this one.
How do I? Okay.
Yeah, you clicked on
It's
this
a
one.
really cool site. Basically, I think they like set up a tripod in different spots around the world, and then you can see it from different hours.
Okay. Oh, you can
Oh,
select. I don't know this.
nice. So it's like a Google Map, Google Street View.
Kind of,
But
but
for-
like better framing.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, let's go back to Java. Yes. Okay, I know I clicked, nothing happens. I'm old. I don't know how
Maybe
to
if
use
you
websites.
Click on view
I
or
think if
something.
you click on, yeah, the view.
View. Help. But-
Maybe, yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. Oh, yes, yes. Okay. And each of these place, I can have like pictures of that place, or I can
Yeah,
have.
they have the slideshow below, and then at the top it cycles through that scene throughout like 24 hours. And I
Google
think you
Map.
can also
Oh.
cycle manually. So you can see now there's a pause
Oh, and
button.
here, maybe you
Oh,
can
you have a cycle
move
there.
this. Oh,
Oh,
so cool.
oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Ah,
Very
yes.
fun.
Oh yes, amazing. It's always super hard. I
Very,
lose
very
so
nice.
much time. And the thing is, when you look at references, you never know when you study what is real or not. It's amazing. Fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is so cool.
It's gonna
Thank
help
you.
me so much to understand even more the whole environment.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
So great.
That
No
will help a
worries. Yeah,
lot
I got it
the
from
students
Kaylin
as well.
Chop, so.
Amazing.
You can remove it.
That's really cool. Yes. Yeah. I will watch it later.
Yeah, close it because, you know, with the internet connection we have.
Yes, we
Yeah,
never
close
had a
this
good internet connection. It's
Yeah.
terrible. But so yeah, basically, I will say that if we talk about the lighting, basically, there is a strong work to do. I will say, and also I can see that you try to put the light of the pole on the smoke, the fog of the chimney.
It was maybe the light coming from like the windows on the side or something.
You can always find a trick to justify something
Yeah,
is
you
true.
know I'm good with
yes, yes.
You know.
But maybe there is someone with a light in the windows, and yes, but
It's
if
just
it was
random, I think.
that was the purpose. But yes, but you will not have the light coming there, but it's more gonna be like towards the roof, you know, if you have the light here. But also one thing, if you try to do this kind of stuff, if we don't have another example of this kind of stuff in your pictures, then you will not people will not understand what is this, where it's coming from. Like it's also a rule that is very important. Like if you want to make understand, oh, I lost with my English. Sorry. If you want to make people understand things, you have to show it multiple times. So you have a kind of small repetition, but it creates a rule. But then if you do just the half of it that is hidden in the background, so we'll understand what is this, what is it. But I'm not explaining it very well. But I don't know if you but yes, but yeah, that's basically it. So careful. White is very white. It's true, even in the dark. But when you don't have that much environment light, it's gonna be super dark. So yeah, and light poles don't emit that far the lights. It's like it would be very close to the pole, you know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very close to it, and
and here we'll lose it. Yeah.
And we will lose it, and but then don't remember. But it's another thing. The light pole lights is itself a little bit. I will show you on my step by step.
Yeah, you will talk about it later.
Yeah, and as well. So basically, all of your white here. Because your light is not strong, all of your white is gonna be blue. I'm just gonna go with a filter, you know,
or
not
maybe
this
with
one.
the FX.
No, just a filter. I think.
Okay.
No, just a filter, but a filter just there, basically.
Yeah.
Tac.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So basically, the mood here must be bluer.
Yeah.
It's not strong enough, but up. Oh, okay. It's not strong enough because I have gray. I don't have white.
Gray,
Okay. Yes. Basically, it will take the ambient. If it's not strong enough, of course. If your light is very strong. If it was a very dark night and you don't have a moonlight, then the sky is going to be very dark. But then the dominant is going to be the warmth of your light poles, for example. So then in your white, you're gonna be able to put some warmth, but it just depends on, once again, what you choose to do, basically. Just be careful. It's like really choice, balancing. Not everything is on the same level. I know we want to show everything, but if we show everything, then the overall pictures does not work. It's not real. So sometimes to apply like a real things works, like things like exposure and stuff like this. Best thing is to look at ref once again, and actually read the book of James Gurney. It's amazing.
Yeah, I already recommended this book.
The thing is, the fun thing is, if you read it like every year,
you will discover
every year you will like, oh, I understand that now.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I did it like 3 or 4 times during 8 years. And every time I felt like I was speaking a different language. Basically, I was understanding a language that I could not see before. So it was really amazing, and it's cheerful because you feel you are improving
and growing. Yeah.
It's like it shows you are improving. You understand things you couldn't understand before. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's all we have.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, you did great.
Yeah, so basically we have the same kind of feedback overall. So
yeah. Ta-da.
Oh yeah, this one. Yes.
Roman, are you here? Not sure.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh yes, you are. Hey.
Do you hear me? Yes. Hi.
Yes, we can. So how was the week for you?
Much better than the previous one. I think I realized that I have like a huge problem to work in black and white. But when I moved to colors, it was much easier for me to continue the work, add some details, work with colors and everything. So
yeah. That makes sense. It's really hard to work in black and white. I was not used to work in black and white before doing BizDev because, you know, my love for color, and I really like to work in color to be able to really like think about the future of my painting. So yeah, I truly understand. It was just like way more useful to me when working in BizDev because like of the reason I already talked about, like, you know, if your client doesn't like green and you offer green and it's like, no, I don't have the
I
concept, you know.
totally understand this.
But yeah, I understand. Like it can really brittle your mind toward just in black and white. I agree. Yeah, you can.
By the way, may I just before that answer a question I just saw in?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Roman.
just read it.
Yes.
Sure.
By the way, these master paintings you showed earlier had pretty limited color palettes. Just interesting. What's the reason behind avoiding monochromatic color palettes, Pierre? Also limiting your color range to like 2 main colors equal easy color harmony. But I'm curious to hear other thoughts. The thing is, yes, everything is right, basically. The thing is, on the paintings we saw, the thing is, if you choose to have, Leah sounds very good screen. Oh, yes, sorry. The thing is, you can have with a monochromatic piece a beautiful thing if you place with a desaturation. The thing is, it's like you remember the strawberries thingy Leah showed, basically. The thing is, you can feel something warm just by desaturating it if everything is cold around. So if you choose to do a monochromatic piece, yes, it can be beautiful if you know how to play with it. I didn't say like don't do it. I say you have to know how to do it to play with it. When you don't understand things, it will not help you to do monochromatic stuff like this. I think like everything works if you know how to play with it. That's to answer your question. Like monochromatic can be beautiful. It can be a beautiful harmony. Like you can play with everything with different art style as long as you do it well. So it's just like for people that are learning. The thing is, if we put too much information at the same time for the program, it's gonna be too hard to think about everything. So I would say one step by one step. The first thing I would say, yes, yeah, I lost myself, but
yeah, I think you said everything.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting because don't try to avoid monochromatic. It's very good. You can have subtle variations. You know, in the wheel of colors, you can have your painting that is only on like 10% of the side of it that is close to monochromatic or monochromatic, but with some desaturations in it that will help. Yeah. I hope. What was your name? Sorry, Natalie. I hope I answered your question because I know sometimes I go too far.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, and yes, Hector, about green, there is a fight at home. I'm on the purple side and he's on the green side. This is the reason why. Now you have the lore.
Yeah. I love the city's green lights and stuff like this. But you know, like I like Bloodborne, Dark Souls, like stuff like this.
Makes sense.
And Leah likes pink, purple, and Genshin Impact, you know. Like,
yeah.
I think what we like, we can see it with the colors as well. But,
yeah. Let's go back to this
let's
one.
go back to Roman.
To your painting, sorry.
So yeah, so I had the chance to look at it just before the meeting. And first of all, the composition is really great. The colors are working, so that's really cool. We really feel like the warm and the cold. So that's really great. The one thing I saw is about the perspective.
You have the grid if you want to
I
put
have
it.
the grid.
Let me open it.
Yes, sorry. Yeah. See the panel of Claude Muffin in the front of your shop. Seems like it's following another.
Oh yeah,
another
yeah. I got it.
And I was like,
yeah, I think this time I already didn't use perspective grid. I wanted to finish it as fast as possible. Yeah. And yeah, I can see the problem.
Yes. And the thing is, be careful about that, because when you skip steps that you are not fluent yet with, then you will create more problems and more issues. Sorry, and the more issues you have, the more basically the most fast you want to go, the more issues you're gonna create. So basically, you will lose more time by doing that because you will have to fix your problem at the end rather than taking few minutes to put your perspective. I know that we don't want to do that, but it's so easy. It's so easy. Yeah, I remember the perspective. I was like, where's the perspective? And she was like, I don't know. I was like, why do you don't know?
No, I was more like, yeah, I put it, but I think I remove it. Just like maybe it's lost in my layer,
Yeah, totally the same.
Yeah, I'm annoying with the perspective, but I think it's very important. I think it's very important because I don't really like doing 3D. Even though 3D is amazing, if you like doing it. But I don't like doing 3D, so I really try to understand the perspective, the maximum I can, so I can do it freely, and I'm not depending on 3D because it's too much bug, too much crash. I don't like it. But yeah, so I would say be careful about the perspective. That we can see it here. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, maybe you need to put the perspective correctly because I just put it here. So
yes, if you look at the car, but I think we are globally good.
Really? I just put it like okay.
Yeah, that should be around here. Not gonna lose more time. So basically, your horizon line is gonna be around there. Oh, that's too thick. Yeah. So try to put your horizon line. So then if you put different perspective, it's on the same horizon line, basically. Of course, there is always some exceptions. If you have some cube that is like this and not, I would say, parallel or perpendicularly to the ground. So you have always exceptions. But in this case, try to really follow this. So they all follow the same perspective. And we can see the buildings are following the perspective, the car as well.
Here, not really.
Here, not really. Sorry for the red. Here, not really, Like if we follow this line, it's going to be lit right there. So it should be like this. For the signage, it should be like this. But yeah, so you have to be careful about that. As well, I saw that from the sunlight we see on your painting, we can see that the direction of the sun is this way. If someone has busy ideas after slides.
Okay. Need to ask them.
Actually, I think when I actually remove what the other I see, but yeah. So look, you have this direction, but then you have this direction. You have two different shadows there. So basically here, so you have to choose if your sun is like front, a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right. How is it about height? So once you choose it and you make a decision about it, that you will apply this rule to the whole painting, then you can move forward and apply it to the whole painting. And we will just say it's a little bit on the left, but then it's a little bit on the left. You have to lit everything that is here, and the shadow is going to be basically, So you have to make a decision. You see, if it's a little bit on the left, you will have a drop shadow of this around here, So you have to make a decision. Same for the trash bin as well. Also, perspective point. This thing, this rake thingy, false. Exactly. That will be this way, basically. So we will see. I don't know, but if you see that. The inside of this part, basically, that will be the other way. You will see it. So it's going to be basically like this, with the right perspective, of course, that we had before. But yes, so you have to be careful about this kind of stuff. If you struggle with perspective and with how I cannot see how it's like, I cannot imagine it. You can do a quick blockout in 3D. It will help you to understand your 3D motion in your picture. Also, another thing, we can see that the tree in the front takes the lights. And we have a direct light from the sun that is coming like this. And the sun is as well very low. It's like there is no buildings in the far distance, no shadow. So I will say you will have the shadow of the, it's beautiful, the shadow of the tree. Yes, that's gonna be, yeah. Yes, so try to do that. It will help as well to put some organic shapes in your very architectural, so it will do a nice balance, I will say. So it's always nice to have something like this. But overall, yes, as well. Don't put shadows on reflections. Shadows don't, no, reflection don't take the shadows.
So here we're supposed to have the sky.
Yes. So here, because basically you put a multiply on everything. So it's why being organized is good as well, because you can put all of your windows behind it and then put a mask. So basically like they do with the matte paintings, basically.
Yeah, this is what I had to do with the yellow bird as well. Like they were asking to have like the window on a separated layer, like behind the building, basically, and so they can then play with it and project it. And
that's a point. So yes, so basically, don't forget that, and then maybe there is something in front. We can see there is a little bit of
wires.
Wires. Thank you. So we're gonna have the reflection of the shadow of the wires, basically. Yes. So you can bring life your piece like this. To your piece like this as well. Something important, like when you have your sun that is coming from this direction, like this face, the face that are in front of the face that are facing us, sorry, will take like 90% of the light, and this part will take 10%. It will be like only the little things, I will say, I recall that.
It's not really the highlight, but
it's like if you have something that extrudes from the wall, then it will take the 90% light. So it's basically the light you have on
some of the side of the bricks, basically.
Yes, and that's the light you will have for a midday sun on the walls here. If you have a midday sun on the wall, then the light, sorry, is going to be on the
edge of the bricks.
On the edge. Thank you. So think about the intensity of the lighting compared to the direction of your source light. And then, for example, if you have a sun that is this low, because it's very low, we can see in the reflection here, then the most lit part of this street walk, no, wait.
Pavement?
Yes. Up, it's going to be more lit here, and it's going to be darker there, basically. Because in this case, we said, look, in this case, we said, okay, the sun is low. So if you imagine a cube, basically, the sun is going to be facing more the face than the top of the box.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you see it in the chat, but yeah, Tessa is reminding you that you have like a great perspective class if you need. So yeah.
Yeah. And of course, on top of that, on top of all of the fundamentals and stuff like this, once you have your base with good shadows, with a good direction of light, intensity of light, balance of levels, different of materials, reflections, everything, then you're going to be able to play with the textures. And that's when you can put everything that she showed you, if you with your artistic style, of course. Yeah. But then you're going to be able to show each different textures that will help the 3D team. If you have a 3D team that will take over your paint, that's what the company wants, basically. So don't forget the texturing part, basically. That's important. And to make understand the pictures, you can play with the bounce light of the warm parts, basically. For example, on this ground there, if we have a direct sunlight on this white wall, you know, wait. Well, you will have a bounce light on this, basically. That's not the right color. That's horrible. And it's going to be more like this. So basically, you will have a small bounce of color. But with a bounce of color, you're going to be able to bring some texturing, you know. So use this bounce of colors, also the reflections, because you can have some highlights, basically. So use these highlights, these shadows, this reflection to put some details. But of course, try to always balance this type of details, because or you're going to be overwhelmed with too much contrast.
Yeah, I will talk about it in my step-by-step, because I did this mistake. So
Perfect.
It will be great.
And then you have the reflection, and then you have inside it takes the light as well. I would say try to have a direct reflection of the sun, because then we don't really read what's your focus point. That's what you change in your last painting, basically. Yes. But yeah. And the other thing is basically what we said
before.
Before. Yeah. We'll say that's
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, other than that, this is great. Again, just lighting, thanks to
the reflection.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I
the
will need to
reflection
work
here,
at least a week more for.
Yeah, but I
That's
know,
terrible.
Because I
you
realized
only
that
had
it's having a lot of details.
Yeah, and you only had like
When you're
1
thinking
week.
of the amount of yes, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Question. Okay, when you're thinking of the amount of light the planes get based on that square ID, what about the angle of the awning under the sign?
Wait, my brain is
Okay, you can read it again.
I'm gonna read it again. When you're thinking about the amount of lights the planes get, so the planes, yes, I see the face.
Yeah, not the
On
one in
that
the sky.
square ID, what about the angle of the awning under the sign?
Yeah. This thing?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course, yes. It's gonna be way more lit, like on the side. Of course, if you put the right perspective first, and then it's gonna be more lit on the side and less on this face. You know, it's gonna be darker on this face.
Or the roof as well.
Or the roof as well.
Sorry, I meant like the
perfect.
diagonal plane. So like where it's like striped. So because the awning, it's like diagonal coming down and then it's like flat. So it seems like the square idea, it would be brighter than here, right?
Yeah, the thing is, once you choose a position of your sun, then you're gonna choose what angle is the more lit. For example, if it's a little bit on top, I hope I answer right, you will have more intensity there and less intensity there.
Here and here. It was more like about the roof as well.
Is it the good? Am I answering well to the question? I'm sorry, I have a hard time to understand this question.
It looks like you're answering the question right, but it's a different piece. But I get what you're saying with like the two angles, because it's easy if it's like a cube, so it's just like flat planes like that.
Oh, exactly.
But as an angle, then it was a little more confusing for me, because I had the same issue with like some things that I was working on too.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, you just have to choose which angle, which plane is facing the most the sun, and you apply this to all of the painting. It just like applies the same rule, everything, so everything is consistent, basically. Same for the canopy. Yes.
Yeah. I'm saying canopy, but I don't know if this is the good
one.
That's
canopy.
This
yes.
Is, okay.
Same for here, you know, you have to choose, is this more up, more down, maybe it's more towards the ground, so maybe it's gonna take a little bit more the light from there, you know. So that will help, basically. Canopy makes more sense. But yes, I hope
the angle in relation to the sun. Yes, it was it.
Yes. Okay, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Roman. Then
Thank you for feedback.
Of course. Then we have Isabella, if you are here.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello. And the art direction was something like this.
Mm-hmm. We have some Victorian stuff.
Yeah, for the roof.
for the roof. Bloodborne vibe. Yes. Okay. You want to go ahead?
Oh, no, go. I was reading the question.
Oh, quand même, Pierre.
Water and nice. Yeah. Yeah, in this one, I think we'll have like more or less the same feedback than on the other piece, I think. Okay, like you have like kind of a direct light from the sun, and you can see that the contrast is not that high as we want for direct sunlight, basically. So it will be mainly about contrast. But yeah, I mean, you're in front of the tablet. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's mainly the same thing. It's like to have a different gray level about a different texture for different things, basically. So you can you make you can I'm losing my English again.
Oh yeah, and when you
So basically,
yeah,
having a different gray level because every texture are different. The sun is the reflections are different. Everything is different in each object. So basically that as well, when you have a strong light like this, because it's really strong, basically you will lose a little bit of saturation as well. That will help you to make understand that it's taking a strong light. Of course, depending on the time of the day, it's gonna be warm, so you're gonna have saturation again, but be careful to not have saturation everywhere, or it's gonna be just too spicy, you know. So I will say just reduce a little bit. Wait. Oh, it's exhausting, right?
Yes, now you understand.
My brain is like
yeah.
But yeah, I will say reduce a little bit and light,
yeah.
exactly, light it a little bit more. Just wait for it. I'm gonna do some weird stuff.
Do your magic.
Yes, basically just FX. So basically, if you want to make it, to make understand that it's taking the sunlight, try to remove a little bit of saturations. You know, that will help, I think, even more, like around here, you know, and it will help.
More saturation in the dark and less in the light.
Yes, but it depends,
yeah, it
on
depends.
the color of the source light, the atmospheric perspective, and it depends on so many things. Like sometimes you have say paint that is very colorful. You know, you can have a strong paint, so it really depends. But in this time, when you have this kind of stuff, then you want to balance a little bit, at least the saturations. You want to balance a little bit the cold and the warm. But after that, it's a personal taste. But I do like to have a dominant of warm or cold. And
then you balance
and then here we have 50-50, a very saturated blue and a very saturated red. And I think it's fighting against each other, and we should choose which one is the strongest. And as well, I will say,
white.
I don't know if it was meant to be red as well, this close sign.
I think yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe it would have been great to have like more white here and same on the window, I think.
Yes.
Just to bring
I
more
will
contrast.
use this kind of red, I think.
Can we just test in white after? Just
yes, of course.
As a repetitive pattern from the billboard we have on top.
Of course, we can do that. But depending on the paint you have, you can always have saturation, but the strongest saturation will often be in the dark parts. So just be careful about that, but it will balance the picture, basically, if you do that. As well, I know you like red, maybe, on this bakery. Maybe it can be great to balance a little bit the colors. And as Leah said, see the white we have here, we can maybe find it again here, you know.
And maybe on the window
and maybe,
as well.
Oh, okay, I just remove the red everywhere. I'm sorry.
No.
Maybe the garlic can be white, but then we can keep this red. But yes, I would say try to balance a little bit this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna do something tricky, but I'm gonna try. Maybe it's easier like this.
With the overlay. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
overlay and FX.
Yeah.
Don't do that. You're gonna have something dirty. It's gonna be not organized. But
This is easy for feedback.
it's good if you want to quickly paint over your paint. That's something I often do when I sketch. So once again, you have a window, but the window is not a sunproof window, basically. So everything that's gonna be inside, it's gonna take the sunlight. Oh, I know what you did as well. Sorry, every time I'm like looking everywhere, so it's gonna be a little bit deconstructed. I'm gonna try to focus on something. So I'm gonna go back on what we are doing. It's cool to have color variations. Just be careful, as I said, to not have too much, you know.
Or we need to have them.
We need to have
other
this rule.
pattern.
Yes, we need to have this rule applied somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's like if you want to make people understand that it's something you want in the art direction, you have to put it somewhere else. So we understand it's on purpose.
You already have it like a little bit here
Yes.
and here.
Yes. So I will say that, I will say basically, I'm just gonna put a group. Just if you want to make understand you have a light, just do what, do it. Like I say, it's a suggestion, of course. But I would say that will be a solution, one of the solutions at least. So maybe you wanted the sun to be very smooth, not that harsh, you know. So you can always adjust. You can always, if you want the sun to be more yellowish, you can always, if you want, you can take color balance as well. That can help to make it more warm. I know the filter full color helps as well for this kind of painting, you know. Like it helps with the warmth of sunset. Yes, it does the trick pretty well, basically. And you know why it does the trick pretty well? Because it puts warmth on your light values, and that's what we missed. Basically, it was maybe not warm enough around there, and I think that helps a little bit to balance this sunset thingy. But yeah, I will say that try maybe you want a dark blue and you have a dark red. It's possible. Everything is possible, but
just need to balance it.
I will have one feedback about the balance of the composition for the colors, but that will be something if you want to improve stuff. They are very separated. This thing is great because it starts to merge a little bit of blue inside the red, but it's true that they are very separated, you know. But that's just one thing, of course. Maybe the poles here can be red, you know. I don't know. It's a suggestion of design, but maybe you can merge a little bit. Maybe these ones can be red, you know. I don't know, but it looks Japanese.
Yeah, look Japanese now.
Miss Japan already. Yeah. But yes, try to blend a little bit more, maybe to not have something separated. Of course,
Okay.
what I say. Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, just want to say, yeah, I understand, to kind of merge the colors with like each other, not to make like two blocks of blue and one block of red next to each other.
Yes, perfect. Then I can see a cast shadow right there. Is it, the thing is, it feels like you did a high brightness, I think, around your focus point. I think it's a cool thing. Maybe it's a little bit too strong and you have to light a little bit more. Try to avoid to have too much this effect of, how do you say it? You know, when you have, when basically, I'm gonna show you, it's gonna be easier. When you do that and you want the focus point to be in the middle, so you basically do that. So, but then you have this kind of parts that are now kind of false. It's like a filter. Of course, there is always exceptions, as I said, but I would say try to be careful with that. Just be careful with that. around there.
It's like when you have something kind of in the middle that end up a bit milky because we don't really know what we want to do.
Exactly. And since you want to help the composition and the focus points, you're gonna break some rules, but be careful when you break some rules. You have to know the rules to break them. So you really have to be careful when you do that. Nice cat.
Was he saying blue should be next to red? I'm confused a bit.
Was he saying blue should be next to red? Oh, no, that's not what I was saying. I'm gonna try to be more precise. Try to contrast a little bit as well. What I was saying is the bakery, for me, when I was looking, it's personal taste at least, was separated. I felt like, basically, I'm gonna do it like this. I felt like the bakery was separated like this, red and blue. And that, the thing is, I felt like it was looking like it was separated. It was not from the same thing, you know. It does not belong to the same place. Like we don't find this color again somewhere else. We have a little bit of no, they cannot see my hand. We have a little bit of blue with this
pot plant?
Pot? I don't know.
Pot plant, yeah.
Pot plant, yes. So that's a good thing. So try to remember to blend a little bit, at least a little bit. Things. Okay, perfect. So also as well, be careful. You can end up, people can end up very fast with very milky contrast, you know. So don't forget about that. You can have a piece. Basically, if you look at in real life, sometimes when you don't have the sun on the right or on the left, but behind you, the dark, even a few kilometers away, it's going to be still super dark, you know? So it's a trick we always use in concept art, in video game industry, but I think it's too much use, this foggy stuff, you know? Be careful with playing with that. I know people recommend it sometimes because it's easier, but for me sometimes, but it's a personal taste, at least. Sorry for that. So yeah, I will say be careful about this part as well. For example, we have a strong light. So if we have a strong light, we're gonna have strong exposure as well. Strong exposure. Your trees. If you wanted to do young trees, then the leaves are gonna be less dense and you're gonna see through. So you're gonna have less dark parts and you'll have a very clear yellow or green. So it works if these are young trees. But I don't think you did that maybe on purpose, or did you wanted to do like light green trees?
I just wanted to put some trees in the background to remember to put them there and just put our color that I want to use. Okay.
So basically, it's like everything has a rule. When you put trees, the thing is, you have in this job, basically, you have to really try to be curious about everything you're gonna be. You're gonna have to be a little bit an architect, a little bit of environmentalist, basically, and to be able to understand the different kind of trees, because all trees, the leaves are more thick, or at least they don't reflect the light as much as young trees, where you're gonna have more SSS through it. So everything is gonna work differently. But in this case, I think that this one, as it is small, it can have a light green. But this one, if it's taller, maybe then you can have different variations in your green. And it's gonna be darker. Oh wait, I'm just gonna put this like, sorry, just like that. A little bit warm and a little bit dark, like this. So basically, it's not because something is lit by the light, a source light, that is going to be super bright, but of course it will affect the color of the light. So if you want to have a little bit of orange because of the source light, you're going to be able to have a little bit of orange because it's warm, you know. But it's not going to be that light. Yes. So don't forget like the gray level, the balance of the gray level. We tend to do something when it's hit by the sun very light, but then it's wrong. But yeah, it's fun. It's something I really like in paintings. You have to it's something I really like in paintings. You have to really I would say be interested by a little bit of everything. But the thing is just time, and with time you will know a lot of more things, and you will be able to move faster forward, basically. So I think it's super interesting to learn all of this stuff and to understand all of the world that is around you. That's yeah, it's super interesting.
And I think we also worked on like so many trees.
Yeah.
So many trees. This
Yes.
is the reason why we know
Yes.
a lot about trees.
Yes, it's true. Thanks to Gibaro, thanks to all of our jobs that had trees.
Yeah, too much
Basically,
trees.
yes.
Yeah. I think I'm
yeah.
allergic to trees now. But yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to work on something like non-stop. Yeah, it's good to change a little bit. It's why I love to do environments.
Yeah, Pierre really like green.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know green. But yep, so
Yeah.
that's basically it. Contrast, balance of saturation, but yep, balance of colors, balance of a bit of everything. It's just balancing stuff
Yeah.
and details. And yeah. I hope it helped.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Cool. Then I have Branchette. I don't know if you are here in the chat.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. Okay,
Hey.
let me open what you did.
Okay.
So I don't have the previous work, like I
Okay.
don't have the layout,
Okay.
but you did the final.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
If you want to like explain us what you did, like the
What was
concept
your ref?
behind.
What you wanted to do? What is the daylight?
Yeah, so because I missed out a few weeks, I kind of wanted to just get the final work done, and I did skip a few steps in the middle. So I did I'm really happy that I learned how to do the photo bash and work on top of it. But when I was doing the blocking and the colors, I realized I didn't really think about the light and the structure of the building, how like the purpose of it as well. So that I really struggled with. But yeah, I wanted to do a sort of like a bakery that's based in like East Asia and has a really like nice acoustic vibe and is in daylight, which is not conveyed exactly in this photo, but yeah, I'm still glad I had the process.
Okay. Want to start?
Okay. Yes. So basically, the thing is, everything we said earlier can be applied as well to your painting if you were there, or if you heard us.
Yeah.
So basically, yes, I could talk about the fundamentals, about the reflection on the windows, about all of that kind of stuff, you know. But so basically, what kind of light did you wanted to make in this picture? Is it a gray sky? For me, it looks like a gray sky because we have smooth shadows. And when you have smooth shadows, it means that you have a global illumination that hits from everywhere, basically. So that's blurry. So is this a gray sky?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, nice. Yes. Okay, cool. Yes. So yeah, if you have a gray sky, you can think it's easier, but actually, yeah, the thing that is great with a gray sky, that you're gonna have basically the base color of each element. That's super cool to understand textures, because sometimes when you work directly with a strong sun or something like this, it will impact it so much that you will be like, what is this color? Where am I? So I think it's a very good thing that you start with a basic lighting. So you can really do step by step, because the most important thing is to understand what we are doing. So with this way, gray sky, I think it's perfect. So yes, what I will say is basically, I can see that you didn't finish around there, but for me, like the perspective, you put the perspective. I will say maybe try to block in a more clean way, as Leah. Yes, the roof, as Leah showed. and you don't need to have so much texture information. You can do easy and readable, because sometimes it's not that hard. Sometimes you just need to try to understand the material to deconstruct it. Once you deconstruct it, you can do it in like 2 or 3 steps. So I think what I would say is just try to deconstruct the elements, to try to understand it, and then reproduce it in an easy way, like Leah showed during her course, even though I didn't watch everything, of course. But I think that's what I would suggest.
Yeah. And maybe to be careful of the size of the texture, like maybe it does exist.
Well,
like really, because
I would say it can exist.
Yeah.
Like if there, oh, they cannot see my hands.
No.
But
You mean
if you
here?
have in the same wall
Yeah.
different size of these bricks, then it will seem off. But in that,
This is the thing.
in that case, we have a different color of wall
Yeah, you're right.
that
You're
suggests
right.
and a different architecture of window.
Yeah,
So
makes
for me,
sense.
it suggests that it's 2 different materials, so it works.
It works.
But
Yeah. Okay.
be careful. This time it works, but sometimes you have to be careful about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Also, like windows, you don't have to do windows gray. Basically, windows it just shows the reflection. But when you are on a street like this, you're gonna see inside. Maybe you're gonna have some top, some curtains. You gotta have some curtains and stuff. But the thing is, don't think as windows as mirrors. Think about what's inside. I know it's more work, of course, but it will help you. But basically, when I do a window, I do something dark and I do the room inside. And then on my window, I put what's impacting the window. So reflection, lighting, maybe dirt. You have to think, but that's another step, of course. So first of all, I will say for the windows, don't directly try to sketch random reflection like this as you see them. Try to deconstruct step by step. Because if you deconstruct something step by step, well, you can understand it. So yes, I already said that, I think. But
Yeah,
yes.
but I think you said everything.
Yeah, I know it's hard when you don't have this. Oula.
Sorry.
No, I know it's hard when you don't see it yet, but that's the best advice I will recommend you. Like, don't overthink things. Don't try to do like strong lightings, also strong concept arts. Like, really try to understand the basics.
Got it.
Things, yes. But I think like the perspective looks great. Like the structure looks great. The next part will be if you put aside the windows, will be to work the values, like the wood should be maybe darker, well, depending on the type of the wood. If it's if you have some I would say
You think about
oil
like this.
that protects the wood.
Yes, I don't have it. Yeah, this is French. I don't have
but
it.
yeah, and then you will be able to play with the values to help the story of the play. Is it old? Is it renovated? Are the owners poor? Or is it, So that's another story. Like I would say, overall, your gray level are too and not dark enough. You lack of contrast, I would say. So you basically lack of contrast on your strongest, your darkest values. Sorry. So that's what I will say. Just, but then the thing is, I know it's hard to try to find the good color. So I would say that sometimes it's good to pick on the pictures sometimes.
Yeah, if you do have a great ref, yes, but it's better to understand
It's-
what you're doing.
But the thing is, if you try to understand everything at once,
yeah,
you
can't.
cannot.
Yeah,
So depending on the exercise you are doing,
yeah,
you
definitely.
cannot or can do it. If the exercise is about trying to understand the color, the warmth, the cold, the saturation, then of course you're gonna try to do it with the wheel. But as an exercise, if you are trying to understand the reality, I will say sometimes it's good to pick. For myself, it's what I did. That's how I understand things. That's how it helped me to understand things to
Yeah,
pick.
because you deconstruct.
Because the thing is, if you just do it like this, but yourself, you just gonna put, if you don't know what you're doing, wrong colors, and your brain just gonna see wrong colors, but that will not help it to see good colors. So either you have to look a lot at your ref, or just put it aside on the pure ref, you know, or just another PSD that is open. But I know there is some stuff like I don't know how to say that, but we say, oh, it's bad to do that. Oh, it's better to do it without that. No, I'm not like that.
Oh,
I'm like the best. It's what will make you improve and understand things. You don't have to be ashamed sometimes to pick a color, but it will depend as well. But most importantly, you can do it when you understand it, so
Yeah.
you can go faster. You know. But just don't do all of the steps at once. Try
to deconstruct.
to make it more easier for you yourself, so you can focus on each things you want to learn. You know,
one step at a time.
you don't have to be a good painter and improve. You don't have to understand everything at once. You know, no. Try to focus one by one. It's not like a competition of who can understand everything like this. No. You have to make it easier sometimes for yourself, and then you will be able to deconstruct things. But yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then, but not least, we have Jacob.
Yes, the Jacob we saw.
Yes, yeah, we did the feedback together. So yeah, do you want to talk about what you did, Jacob?
Yeah, so yeah, thanks for the paint over before. I tried to not just totally copy what you guys did, but I was using it a lot as like reference for like maybe like how to use the colors or like which colors to use. So like one piece in particular were the chairs in front, and I saw how you guys did like the reflection in the metal. So I tried to take that and kind of push that a little bit more and try to figure out like what would be on the other side of that, like reflecting onto it. But yeah, I think my main problem with this is just layer organization and or not organization, but just like so many layers used in this way. I think because I'm so used to working in just like black and white and like line art and things like that, it's much easier for my brain to like organize where all the layers should be. But when it's like color and like flats and then like tones and things like on top of each other, then I don't know, just it makes my brain like very frustrated. So I think I might need to do more like I've been doing a lot of 1 hour studies. So I think maybe I need to do like longer studies so that they end up having more layers so I can get more used to like just organizing those. Because I think that was the thing that kind of held me back from getting the colors more correct and like being able to do different things. Like I would find like things like the palm tree in front. I left that until like the very end because I was trying to do everything else, and I'd look at the palm tree and I'm just like, I got to do that one too. And so it's just like so many things going on. And it's just like you find like one more thing that like didn't get done. Like even the little tiny building on the right, like I barely touched that one at all. And I don't know if maybe I just have like too many elements on here or what, but yeah, I think some of the end result of this is like maybe too much like effects and stuff over the top than kind of like what you've been saying about other people's things, like simplifying the materials and simplifying like the colors and lighting tones and everything. But yeah, that was some of the struggles that I had with this. So I'm eager to hear what you guys have to say about this version.
Okay, it's already pretty great compared to the first one we got.
Yes. Cool. Yes, it is. I like what you improved with the
same.
far building in the distance there, the colors are really appealing to the eye. So
Yeah.
that's really great. So that's a good thing you improved. When you say that you have a hard time to deal with all of this kind of information at once, it's also what I said earlier, like try sometimes to make it easier for yourself, you know, like when you're saying I do it in black and white because it's easier, I can understand it more easily. So what I will say is my technique personally to know where I am going is, I will show you after that, is basically once you blocked everything, so that could be in gray basically, and you put your flat colors, you're gonna have to choose the rules for the sun, the rules for the lighting and the shadows, and try to say, okay, I have one rule, and I'm gonna apply it one by one to each elements. Just do like, okay, I'm gonna do the volume of the palm tree, then I'm gonna do the volume of that, and but once all of the shadows and the same rule, because it will be not exactly, but it will be the same rule, will be applied to everything. It's gonna go together, it's gonna come together, and it will help you understand the volume of the picture and everything. Try to apply one rule. Like my rule, it's gonna be where it's lighter, it's gonna be warmer. So my green here, it's gonna be more toward the yellow instead of toward the blue, opposite of what you did there, basically. Like this is taking the sunlight, so this should be more toward the green and the yellow, basically. And it's worst brush ever to paint, but
I painted an entire character with this one. Don't say anything
yes,
bad about this brush.
I use this brush a lot now. Yes, basically I paint with our brush now. It's like I don't have my brush anymore. But yes, so I will say that try to apply one rule, do it one by one with each elements, and you will see step by step everything coming together. This can help a little bit, at least. That's what I did. That's what I did.
Actually, yeah, I think the way you said that, I've heard that before. Actually, you know, Vaughn, Heavy Poly, like he had a
super bad with names, sorry.
Yeah,
but yes.
Yeah, or I think he's Lingy's brother, right? I think he also worked on like The Witness.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
The way he explained it was like, because you know he's like a coder and everything too. He said like it's the order of operations. So I think when I think of it that way, it makes more sense. So yeah, I think I'll try that next time. Just like kind of build it up in like layers rather than like one piece and then like another piece.
Yeah, that's the thing I always do is like I work with foreground, middle ground, background, basically. And I like to organize my piece so I can easily change things. You know, like thing is you're gonna be afraid at first because you're gonna be like, oh, I'm losing time. But as I already said, it's not time you lose because you will be able to make your feedback more easily after that, because you will always have feedback of your clients, and sometimes I want to change a lot of stuff. So try to be organized, and it will help the other team as well, because sometimes you will share your PSD with coworkers. So I know it's very rare to have coworker that is organized with his PSD. I'm so sad it is so rare, but I always organize my PSD. I think that's very interesting and very cool for the other people. And once again, it helps you to deconstruct your picture. I remember like a few years ago, like 4 years ago, when we were doing the forest, you were doing the forest on Jibaro. It was the first picture, and she was like, "Come see, what the heck? How am I going to do a forest? How is this?" And we were like, "We're gonna apply this thing."
Yeah,
Foreground, middle ground, background. Because at first on Jibaro, I don't know if I can talk about the process a little bit.
Oh yeah, I already talked about it. So
about on Jibaro, they were all like, oh yeah, you have to paint everything on one layer or square by square. but doing that, the thing is, it was not helping in that case.
No, because they had to cut everything after.
It was not helping also to understand once again the depth of the piece. So Leah chose to do this foreground, middle ground, background thingy that helped a lot actually. So once again it's one method to deconstruct a painting, because to understand something you have to analyze it and deconstruct it basically. But
yeah.
Yes.
I think other than that, there is like mostly all the feedback we did applied.
So being thing we didn't say before is being maybe I say it right, but being organized is very important as well for your career as for your coworkers, because I remember one time Leah was so organized that the 3D team asked the director to email her again to work with her because she was more organized than the other artist. So it can give you a job to be organized.
I didn't know that at this time.
Yes.
I was like, really?
But we are just both very organized in our layers. So
we're psychopaths of organization.
No.
Kind of.
I think for mine, it was the problem was maybe like how I blocked it in. Because I try to keep everything like organized, like in different pieces, so like foreground, middle ground, background. But then when it comes to certain things, like when there's like a color shift or something, and then I'm like, oh, I want another color on top of that. I think it's like using like blending modes on the layers. So then it's like I just want to paint over the top of it, but then I'm like, well, that's like messing up the layer order. So how do I reuse this?
Yeah, don't paint like this over the 3D as well. The thing is, what I remember I did sometimes in Blender, but I'm sure you do it as well, maybe. Each blocks, I put different colors in the render and I do a flat render. So then I can easily, and I do it very high res, so I don't have with the magic wand, like, so I don't have this aliasing effect. So very high res, so then I lose this. And then you have everything that is on a separated layer if you do it. And then you can start to work like this. But it's true that when you don't understand something, just try to be organized and it will help. That's
I mean, it doesn't solve everything.
One of but it's one of the things that help. If you're not organized, it's gonna be messy, you know. But yes, so basically yes, careful of your tabouret.
I don't have it in English.
Little red shells.
Like stools, I guess.
You stool. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's like the word for it.
Okay. Oh, stood because you
like bar stool.
Yeah. Okay. Stood. Yeah, another word I don't know. So basically, be careful with that because we can see that the shadow cast of the house is a little bit behind. So that will be in the shadow. Yeah. That will be in the shadow, and you won't have a red like this. You will have a little bit of purple of the sky that will come. That's too dark. On it, so it will be more like a purple than a red. As well, when you were talking, you were asking for the reflection of the metallic parts. Like for this, when I look at this, I have the feeling that you put the the multiply on top of the stood. Chairs. Sorry, already lost it. Yes. So reflection don't take the shadows. It takes stool. Thank you, Laurel. Oh, hey, Laurel. And so yeah, so basically, yep, it's gonna be more. The reflection is gonna be more light. So, but don't do like 100% reflection. It's never 100%. An object is rarely 100%. No, never 100%, and it will bring too much attention to the eye. So I will say, try to imagine what's around your painting. Basically, you have a beach, I guess, behind us. So it's good. See, we have a beach behind, so we have to choose on your white here, which is the dominant bounce light or environment light. Is it the blue of the sky or is it the bounce light of the sun? In that case, that will be, I guess, the bounce light of the sun. But here, that's it. So reflection, you have the reflection of the sand, you have the reflection. You have to understand the volumes as well to do that, basically. But if you apply one rule, that will be easy to reproduce it, to apply it. Thank you. Yes. But yeah, you just have to understand where is your sky, where is your stuff. But well, for that, it can help you to do this just a metallic basic texture in 3D, and you put a blue sky environment, and you put a dark block in front, and then a yellow plane with a bounce light. And if you want to understand things, you can always do that. It's what I like to do. When I know on painting, I'm gonna have too much hard time to understand what I'm doing, I do a 3D base. Yeah. So basically that's it. Try to don't have this milky effect everywhere, of course. But so as well, so there is always stylization, of course. So you can have very bluish sky if you want to. But for the fundamental parts, I will say that the most close, the closer you are to the sun, the less saturation you will have on the blue, of course. Yeah, basically. So I think your blue might be a little bit too saturated. Oh my God, what did I? It's terrible. That's okay. Oh yes, there is a lot of colors inside it. That's why. Dynamic. Okay, that's why. Okay, so I will say that it's like the sky. The closer you're gonna be to the sun, the most blur you're gonna have, the more basically particles is gonna take the light between around the sun is gonna be dense. So you will lose the density of saturations. So I would say just not too much, but apply a little bit of that to have a little bit of more desaturation towards the sun, and more saturation the further away you are from the sun. And the color I choose is horrible, but
we got the point.
That will help you as well to balance and to make understand where's your light on the picture. And also clouds are not totally white every time, but that's another topic as well. Yes, yeah. So basically that's it, because I know you had feedback, so you applied them nicely. Yeah. But yeah, you can play with the metallic parts. So that's you can have fun with that. But that's, I think, what we saw on the other paint was missing is this difference of textures, of shine, of reflection, of
yeah,
that's what we missed.
You did here.
I think yes, what can be added. But yep, that's
cool.
Basically.
Yeah.
The one thing that you mentioned about the reflection being over the shadow, I think that also goes into the layered structure too, because the blue shadow that I have is
that's super annoying. It's super annoying. Like it happened to me a lot of time. I was like, oh, how do I do that? How do I organize that? Because I have to put a shadow, but if I just cut in the shadow, it's gonna be disgusting. But then I don't want. I want to have something organized. But then you always find a rule. You always find a way. So what I do now is just that. It depends. Now I like to basically paint my shadows and paint everything, because now that I understand things a little bit more, I can play with the colors. So I paint everything. I don't put a multiply. I directly choose the color of the shadow and I paint it. But if you put a multiply, because sometimes
it does help.
It does help, and sometimes you need to apply a big change. Like your client is like, "Oh no, I want it to be a night time," and you are like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna paint everything again, but with the different values. You're gonna put a multiply and bam, like this,
and bam like this." Yes.
You're just gonna, yeah. You have to work fast and efficiently as well. So you just. I would say that once you will have all of your layers and your group, foreground, middle ground, background, sky, stuff like this organized, it will help you for this kind of stuff. But yeah, I have the same issue sometimes.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you so much, Jacob.
Yeah, thanks a lot for all the feedback.
Of course.
Do we have time, or did I talk too much?
No. We have time. No worry. I think we'll do the step-by-step Pierre did for his bakery, and after we take a little break, and so I can talk about my step-by-step and all the freelance and portfolio stuff we need to talk about. Is it okay for you? Yeah? Okay. Want to talk about your step-by-step? I will just open this. Okay,
Yeah, I
sounds
know
good
that a
here.
few of you were interested about the step-by-step, so
Here you go.
I went through my layers and try to make you something like easily readable. So basically,
Yeah,
green.
the green. And I made mine purple, just so we have like a clear contrast.
So basically, the thing is, I wanted to follow the course course.
The class.
Class, not the course. The class of Leah, because I wanted it was like it's been too much time I didn't paint for myself, and I wanted to have something new, you know. So I was like, I'm gonna do a bakery as well. But I like to play Bloodborne. I like Dark Souls. I like Victorian stuff. I like Art Nouveau, and I was like, oh, what am I going to do? It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be too difficult, you know. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take time and I'm gonna do it. So that was my global idea, basically. So between 1930 and 1938, 40. Thing is, for example, the car I added there. The thing is, I didn't have enough time to create a design of car. So I choose a car I like. It is Bloodborne Victorian Bakery, basically. And the thing is, for the ones that are interested, it's a Peugeot 407 Eclipse, if I don't mistake it. 407 or 402? 407, but I'm not that much of a car guy.
No, you can't.
But
You can't.
I cannot?
No.
Oh, no, it's stuck.
No.
Okay.
I will do it.
So sorry for that.
It's not. It's just like
We have the toolbar. Okay.
Yeah, you need to move this, and so you have it.
Okay, perfect. So Peugeot gets 407.
Yeah, you have it. You had it was the
Eclipse.
Yeah, but it was 2, not 7. Yeah.
There's no wait. And it is 402. 402. My bad. Sorry. But yeah, beautiful car. I have to talk about this car. It's a beautiful car, you know. Look at this kind of car. It's super amazing. And now we have plastic toys. So, but it's a personal taste, you know. So I like this kind of metallic reflection you can play with, you know. And I think it was. I thought you photoshopped the lights into the ring. No, I did not.
As well.
Actually, I think it was a concept car from 1938, and I did that because my dad loved this car, and I was like, Dad, I don't know, I don't have that much experience with car, with old stuff, and since you are old, can you please help me? And so he showed me this car, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly that. I love that. So yeah, so basically, I try to choose one age, to don't have too much different, I would say, variations in
the architecture, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know how to say that, but things from different ages.
Area, yeah.
No ages, like 1900, 200,
Oh,
1940.
okay.
Sorry for my English, I'm rusty. But so basically, I just did a sketch. So I didn't use 3D in my concept.
Just a bit of photo bash?
Yes, like basically I was like, okay, so architecture is gonna be wild. So I want to have a strong base that is not perfect. I want to have something that is a little bit not organic, but not perfect. So I went through internet. I was like, oh, I like this shape of boxes,
this
basically.
Was from La Durée, right?
From Paris, Hermès or La Durée, I don't remember.
It was from La Durée.
Yes. So you could see that the thing is, I was searching for inspiration. I wanted to be inspired by things, but I wanted to create something and to something I had in my dream, in my mind, you know. So I was like, I need a strong base. So I had this base that helped me to like create around it, you know. So that's just the basic sketch. It was a little bit wild in the background. I didn't know, I just liked shapes, but I changed it completely after that. So that's the second step of the sketch. So basically, I remove all of these pictures and stuff. And there's still a little bit of photobash. Yet, no, not yet. A little bit of photobash, but I wanted to define a little bit more the mood I wanted. So just sketching around, we need croissant, so I'm gonna have some croissant around. I like, yeah, there's basically one shape of croissant around here and stuff like this. I started to add people, and as you can see, I already changed the size of my people and my car, because between I checked how is the size of a door, how is the size compared to humans, compared to object. So I have something that is balanced.
And you changed the canvas size, because I was
asking
for cinematographic.
And I changed the canvas size. It's true that I followed the rule, but I was a little bit in a free ride, like
a bad student.
Yeah,
Yes.
but for one time I had a little bit more freedom than on my jobs. So basically, basic sketch, like very rough sketch. Once I'm like, okay, I like this, I like the composition, I like the mood, I'm gonna try to improve it and to define a little bit more what I want. So then we have this step. Once we have this step, I was like, okay, now another step of refining and still sketchy what I like. My buildings in the back were too round, and I like Victorian, Bloodborne, so I was like, we need spikes. So I added spikes, basically. And I started to define a little bit more the croissant and stuff like this, and started to just sketch a little bit more my fictional characters just there. So once I had the sketch basically done, I started to more green. Yes, I started to basically do the flat. So I went from the sketch to blocking flat texture that are clean and organized. So I know the limits, nothing is leaky, not the good word, I don't know. Yeah. But and for the characters, I started to photo bash, because first of all, I'm not a character artist, so I'm not very fluent with all of the good gestures and stuff like this. So I wanted something simple. I'm good with simple things with characters, basically. But I want to explore that further. That's why I did that. So basically, I took different pictures of people. Like I liked the face and the hat. No, it's different. I like the face and the hat of the girl. I kept that, but I liked a different fur, so I added a different fur. A different coat, and the feet are not her feet, because I needed someone who is walking. So just a photo bash of all of the stuff. I liked one different pose of the legs. I like these ends. I like this this fur here. And the face and the hat is one thing, you know. So just photo bashing stuff. Since I know I'm gonna redo them after that, and I'm not designing like a society with clothes and stuff. Like it's more like to have some life in it. I was like, it's gonna be enough. For that man, for example, I changed the coat, I changed the hat, I changed the face, I changed everything with different values and different colors, basically. It's just that since it was a screenshot from a movie frame, I did, and I was like, oh, I like this pose. I'm gonna use it as a pose, but I'm gonna change what he's wearing, what is stuff, because I didn't want it to have exactly what was in the picture. For the girl, it was more complicated because everything is different. The hair are different, the face is different, the hat is different, the coat is different, the baguettes are not on the pictures, and everything was different, basically. So photo bashing my characters. Then just blocking my characters inside, blocking my characters on the left as well. Meanwhile, I already painted the croissant and some stuff behind it, you know. But for the inside of the bakery, it's another story because I didn't use photo bash. I just felt like I'm just gonna paint what I have in mind because I was pretty like confident with it. The most difficult part was basically the architecture, because I was like, it's fun. You like Bloodborne, you like Victorian, you like. Now you're gonna go cry. You're gonna fucking cry. It's super hard. And I was like, how am I going to do so much details, but not too much details, you know? So the technique I use, I think, is basically what a painter will do. Like you do the line, you do the water behind it. Yes. I didn't add the bakery name yet. It was it took too much time for nothing. So yes, so that's the thing. Looks like Anya and Lloyd. Oh yeah. Actually, yes, Clelia, I thought about Anya and Lloyd. Yes, we are big fan of Spy Family. So the thing is, for the architecture, I started to do like that, and I didn't know yet because it was a new thing for me, and I wanted to learn new things to see if I could adapt to something new, but don't fail it, you know, to play with basically. So after that, we go back to the characters. Once I've done the photo bashing, I'm gonna do the flat colors of the characters.
And she got pink and purple because of me.
Yes, because she has exactly the same clothes. And so basically, you go from this photo bash step to this step. Works the same for this character and these characters. Then, okay, meanwhile, I actually painted the car. So it's like, I tried to do simple, but detailed because I like the car and I wanted my dad to be like, oh, it's a cool car, you know.
You want to make your dad proud.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's it. Wait, yes. Wait for it. On that one, it was, yes, just basically doing the base of the characters. Green hat. Yes, there is a green. Yes, there is a green hat.
Yeah,
yes.
okay, but not on the girl, on the little girl. I mean,
Yes. So after that, basically, once I have all my flat colors done, I'm gonna start to do the details, basically. And there, I wanted to explore the texture of this.
Stained glass?
Yeah, even in French, I'm not sure I have the word, but this thing so you don't take the rain when you enter the door. But yes,
I don't have it.
This glass thingy. But so I wanted to explore this material quickly, so I did it really fast. And I wanted the inside of the bakery. I just painted it like this, actually. Even the characters, they are not photo bashed. I just painted like this. So I had really fun. So yeah. So and see, I didn't yet choose what to write. It's like nothing. Wait, did I lose something?
Oh yeah. No,
not
the
this
other
one.
Yeah.
Yes, this one. Okay. Oh, okay.
Looks like Krita texture. What is Krita?
I don't know what's Krita textures. If you could.
Oh, it's like a Photoshop. Okay.
Photoshop texture. Free. Okay, sure.
We went.
So basically, so yeah, for the background, I just painted with the triangle brush Leah has got.
Yeah, you have it.
Yes, yes. So basically, just painting like this. And for here as well, you know, just playing around. I wanted something not complicated. Not too much contrast.
You have Krita here.
Krita works. Okay, cool.
Open link.
I'm gonna open the link.
Oh, it's
just
it's a free software. Oh, okay, it's just another software.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, maybe it's something you can do when you paint in this software.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Okay, I see. But yeah, to be frank, every time I do a paint, I struggle with what will be my art direction, what I'm gonna do for the art style. So it's always a struggle, and I lose so much time because I'm too harsh with myself. So, but for that time, I was like, okay, that's good enough. I'm gonna go with that. I was something simple inside the bakery. So I was like, and outside, I'm gonna do something more detailed. So basically, I know, okay, it's a big step, but basically when you have all of the flat color, then you can, if we look at the characters, For example, for her, I go from my flat and I paint the baguette. And I'm gonna try to make understand the materials of this coat. I'm gonna be careful about the level of gray, about the different lighting. Same for this guy, you know. I'm gonna be careful about the direction of the light. I'm gonna be careful about the dark, because the dark, even if it's lit, if it's in the light, difference of materials will say different boons of light. So it will remain very dark, you know. And then you have a little bit of shine on the shoes because it's leather. For the girl here, basically same process. I try to find an idea for the fur, basically, to render it. I like to use stylized brush. I think it's interesting. And I like to have this painterly, also arcane effect. So I like different things that are a little bit in opposition. So I don't know where it's gonna lead. Basically, I really love oil paintings as well and stylized paintings. And the guys in the back, basically, just I put the volumes and stuff on it and the shine on the buttons and stuff like this. Yes. So look at the difference of the materials here. If you can see that the buttons, they're gonna reflect differently, and that's having all of these different variation of level of gray. Any tips for not getting too lost in the details so the image still works as a whole? How can I approach that? Perfect baguette. Any tips for not getting too lost in the yes, I can say one thing is like be careful of your contrast. For example, on these pictures, I knew I wanted something with a lot of details because I wanted to show that I could on my portfolio as well do something that takes me more than 4 days, basically. That I don't do just sketches and stuff like this. So to balance this kind of details, I'm gonna play with the gray balance. So basically, in my composition, I try to not have this much strong lights compared to the middle of the picture. I'm gonna try to have how to say, areas that are more calm. So to have a 70%, 30% of balance between calm areas and contrast. So basically, for me, my ground is pretty calm, even though it could be even more. My sky is pretty calm. The surface of my metal is pretty calm.
Yeah,
so it can balance a little bit. What I would say is we have a lot of crisp and details there. I'm not sure about this, but I was like, I'm tired of this picture, so I'm just gonna move forward because so at the end, yes, I worked not the building like this. It was see the mix of the colors you have. You go from a yellow to an orange to a purple and to a blue because you have the mix of the colors, basically. But yes, to not getting too much lost in the details, be careful of your contrast. That's contrast balance, basically. Try to have your contrast balance and details balance and texturing details around your focus point, basically. And things that are further away, try to simplify them. For example, if you look at inside my bakery, I did not do the blocking of every object and to have everything super clean with a lot of details. I wanted to have a contrast of it being more simple, more simple.
You don't have any texture.
And also, my gray level is very flat and is more flat. See?
Your values are more grouped.
Yeah, my values are more grouped in the bakery. And for example, on my lamp pole in the foreground, I wanted to have details, but not too much attention. So it's still pretty dark. So yes, so basically, I showed you the characters. I showed you, yeah, hard part was to, welcome. So yeah, I wanted to do a pharmacy. So I wanted to see what was the sign for the pharmacy back in the days. So that when it was in Europe, it was like a cup with, I think, 2 snakes. But in America, it was an eagle. So I choose to do an eagle like this. So there's small stuff.
Oh, and
yes.
sorry. to interrupt. Devin is saying something we already talked about like in week 1, I think, but this is really important. Like when you look at your image in Tiny, when you squint your eyes, it really helps you to like focus and to be like, oh, okay, I can focus my detail here and less here. So this is a great.
Yes, it's very good thing, yes. How do you handle the level of details in a close interior shot? Like if the depth of the scene isn't very large, I struggle with things that aren't my focus point looking unfinished. I understand what you mean. The thing is, if you find the good values, the good balance, it will not appear unfinished. I know it's very hard, it's very tough to do more simple, but sometimes to do more simples, I group the values. And when you group the values, I was like, well, this is working pretty well. So that's the method, at least I used. For example, I grouped the values of my stones on the ground, but I know it's very hard to balance all of that. Like, for example, as you can see, I have a lot of lights. For example, I have basically the global illumination of the sky on the picture, that is bluish. Basically, also, you could see that I choose to desaturate the sky, to choose to have my warm colors more saturated than my blue, to have more balance in my paint.
So you have more saturation in your focus.
Yes, so I can have more saturation in my focus. Exactly that. Yes.
It's
so
about contrast again.
Yes, about balancing contrast and leading the eye where you want to. So basically, I have the color of the sky, I have the color of the light pole, I have the color of the light pole in the foreground. So basically, the light pole here will light orange, all of the foreground here. Then you have these two lamps here that will light a little bit of the character and on the ground, but you will have a strong light that is behind this thingy that will light the characters that I choose to be my strongest light, because I wanted to have a dominant and I wanted it to be the focus point. So I have the strongest contrast there. Also, I made the little girl with color and every adult not with colors. So we show that it catches the eye. And being a kid, you see the world full of colors. It's true. So yeah, I had to choose what is my strongest lights. So it was very hard to make this decision.
I think one thing Clélia just mentioned was like the navigator.
Oh yeah, I always
have it. I just like removed it because it was easier for me today. Where it is? Do you see it? Here. This thing, the navigator, really helps you to see your ref in Tiny on the side. So I always have this on the side.
Canvas as well.
Yes, you can flip the canvas as well.
I always flip the canvas.
Yeah,
like,
same.
One day, one side, basically.
Yeah.
And I change the side every day or every afternoon because I need to have a fresh eye. I work with the navigator as well. You really have, so the thing is, you have so much focus and you think about so many different lights that you are overwhelmed with all of this information. Even more if you don't have a 3D base, even more if it's like this, you have an environment where you don't have references, because the struggle for this environment is I didn't find realistic references. So I was in a completely not comfortable zone because I wanted it to be pretty realistic. So it was very, very tough, but very interesting to see that I could do that without having to look at pictures. So that was cool. But yeah, so basically balancing stuff, looking back in small at the pictures. Don't forget, sometimes it's cool to go back. Like sometimes I lost one day of working because I pushed something too much in details and I didn't look back enough. And it was better before. The balance was better. Sometimes look at the sketch you did at the beginning, because at the beginning you worked everything as a whole. So it's more like a mood piece. And once you go in the details, you will lose this mood piece feeling a little bit. So be careful with that. You are also free to change it if you are comfortable as well. Me, I change it, you know, like the sky, it was way late in the evening, but I decided to do a very tricky lighting, which is an early evening where the pole lamps just turn on. So you have to think, okay, which light is will lit the street the most? Is it the blue of the sky, or is this the dominant, is the yellow, the warm of the lamp pole? And that was super tricky. And every time I do something, I do always the trickiest stuff, and I'm always exhausted. I'm like, why do I do this?
This is the way to
And
improve.
yeah, but it's a good way to cry as well. But yeah. But yeah, it's hard. But I think that what helped me, it's a good organization of layering. Like, very good thing is having everything separated. Sorry, everything separated, so you can easily read everything, you know? So that's a good thing. Then step 2, make the decision of what's the strongest light, what's the dominance. Then you have to check the values of each object to be sure that, for example, one mistake I did, but you cannot see because I didn't want it to show mistake, it's that the coats, I make them to gray, too light. They were reacting too much to the light, it was too gray. And I was like, there's something off, I don't know what it is. So I went back to look at references. I was like, oh, that's it. That's the thing that is off. A coat, a dark coat like this is still very dark. And for that, I just went on Google Map, on Google, and I type late evening. So if you're struggling with something, don't try to imagine it. Like the reality will help you to understand it and to not do the mistakes. So every day, go back to look at reference, to look at the real life, you know. Help me for the roof, help me for everything. So that was very interesting to do that. Very exhausting as well. Like I'm like, okay, I did that one. Next one's gonna be yeah.
Easier? Yeah, you say that all the time.
Next one's gonna be later. I'm gonna take a break for that. But yes, it will depend, of course. If I want, I don't know, yeah, whatever. But yes, it was very interesting to do your your class, yeah.
I mean, it was just the brief. Like, you did what you wanted.
It's a bakery.
It's a bakery,
yes.
And a really beautiful bakery, a green bakery. But yeah, this is.
But yeah.
Pierre, do you have any additional recommendation for books or classes to check out to learn more about lighting? Is there anything that helped you in particular?
For books, the thing is, okay, so it's not a good thing for me. Don't learn that from me, but I never watched any class. I'm like a grandpa. I want to improve by my own, with my own stuff. I will not use help. It's like when I want to find a job. No, I will not ask. I will, you know, I'm stubborn about that. Don't do that. But I remember that I used to, and I did read a lot, The Light and Color from Jess Gurney. And I read it over and over and over. And okay, it's been 3 years I didn't read it, but I read it for 7 years. And every time I could understand something new. So don't hesitate to read again a book you already read, because you will understand things completely differently. It's like a language, basically. You will have a new perception of things. So if you have already painting books, try to read it again, but not every week, like once a year. If you have James Gurney did good things. But for the recommendation of books and class, Leah knows her stuff, you know. She's I'm not very social media stuff, and I'm a little bit silent, you know. So
yeah, you're a hobbit.
I'm a hobbit, basically, you know. Oh yeah. But oh yes.
Oh, Tessa, yes. Oh yes, of course. Tada! Yeah, this one is really amazing.
I should take sometimes. I think I will benefit from it as well.
Yes, really.
To take some times to really see the other point of view of someone that has been through the same kind of reflection from another point of view. So that will be really great. Yeah, I need to do that. But for the moment, I feel comfortable, but when I will have a wall in front of me, I'm going to be like, okay, it's time to study again. But for the moment, I feel cool. I feel good. I still have a lot of things to improve. I improve every day, but it's easier because we are two at home. So we always have someone to check on a job. Like if I was alone at home, I will not have corrected that much errors on my pictures, because Leah got a fresh eye every time, and she was like, oh, the color here, oh, the design here. So it's,
Yeah, we have four eyes. This
we
is
have
the
four
thing.
eyes, so it's really cool. And we work in the same room. I just have my desk there. So yes, we are co-workers at the same time. So
it does help a lot, I think.
yes. We just like, it's normal for us now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, but yeah, I mean, Bob is more like a fish. So
Someone should make a dating app for painters, I guess. Actually,
does it exist?
I think I was pretty lucky to find someone that I could share with my passion and my work.
Yeah, same.
Because so first, it makes you stronger. It's true, because you have two brains, so that's better. And as well, you have something to talk about. You have one more project you can talk about.
Yeah.
So yes, that's cool. Yes.
And we can
speed dating at Lightbox.
Oh God, would be so fun.
Let's go.
I want to see this. We need to go with Danar and see this.
Oh yes, we have to go. Yeah. But once we move to Japan, the flight will be less long to go to Lightbox. But
Okay.
yeah,
We'll see.
Yeah. So much things going on right
Yeah.
now. But yeah.
So I don't know.
Yes,
If...
but
go ahead.
it doesn't like Lightbox. But yeah, I'm this kind of guy as well. I don't really like crowd places. I don't like people. I like people. I know, but it's true that sometimes it's very overwhelming to have all of this amount of people and stuff. I don't feel comfortable. Yeah. I feel like I want to be at
in the
home,
middle of nowhere.
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like it's very exhausting. It's very exhausting. It's interesting, but exhausting. Yeah, I like my place in the countryside. Yes, I want to go move to Japan and have a peaceful place in the countryside, and so I can buy figurines of manga and stuff. It's gonna be cheaper, so that's gonna be cool. And I want to wait like that. But yeah, I'm going a little bit.
Oh no, it's
further
fine.
away.
Do you have any other question about Pierre's work, or do we go on a break? And after we will lose Pierre, I think you're gonna go play Bloodborne, right? Okay.
Yep.
Break, need coffee. Okay. So yeah, let's come back in 10 minutes. Good. Huge thanks, Pierre.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. If I can help.
Thank you, Pierre.
It's very nice of you. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank
you so much.
Well, have a nice rest of the class.
Thank you.
I don't remember at what time we went in break, but yeah, just tell me when you're all back. It was the first time
think
online
it's-
for Pierre.
I think it's been about 9 minutes, and Pierre was great.
Okay, cool. Okay, how was it with Pierre? Was okay for you? Because he was
Oh, yeah,
like,
it
oh
was-
no, my English.
It was amazing. So cool.
Okay, cool. You did
Yes.
great. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I
cool.
think I made a mistake before. I thought those two guys were related. Those two artists. I think they're not, but
Okay.
we were like talking about it in the chat, but like people in the video, like they're not going to see the chat, so it makes it look like I'm like I don't know, like assuming people are like related. So I don't want people
Okay.
to think that I'm like saying that. Yeah, I saw like some post like a while ago that I think one of them said like, oh, here's like the stuff from The Witness that my brother worked on. So I was like, oh, I think maybe they're like related or something, but yeah, probably not. So
It's more like my brother, like a friend or something.
yeah, like brother in art probably.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think. It was so good, so much wisdom. Okay, cool. So
I
much
have to admit
thinking.
that he said so many like subtle things that changed so much that I was not expecting to change anything. I'm really grateful for his feedback. It gave really a lot of insight.
Okay, cool. That's great then. I'm
it was
happy.
cool. It was cool seeing his process too with the one that he did. Kind
Yeah.
of seeing like step by step. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's what I mean, we kind of work the same way, I would say, and like our both experience kind of merge into one thing in the end. And this is the funny thing. When we started, we had like a really, really different way of working. And in the end, we try to grab the thing we like from the process the other have, and we end up with something else. So this is really great. And again, having like always someone to be able to check out your work and be like, hey, you're doing shit, redo it. It's really, really helpful and really great. And we are Art Kid. Yes, it is. We are Art Kid, definitely. But yeah. So yeah, my step by step. Before, just a quick insight. You may have already see it in the Discord, but anyway, when I reopened this painting I did on week 7, I was like, nope, it's not working at all. I mean, a lot of stuff are off. So before I paint again, I was like, okay, let's find out what is not working so I can avoid to redo the same mistake over and over. So first, in this one, I was like, okay, too much texture, because I wanted to show you how I texture, and I just went too much into it. I was only thinking about like texture, and I just forgot the most important, the balance in my image. So I needed to find a better balance with my texture and edges, because everything was hard with no smooth or anything. Then the lighting and material, like the stained glass, was off, and I was like, I don't know why, but it feels so off. So I just went into my reference again, and I spent more time on referencing, and I found that stained glass just doesn't work like this from the outside. I will show you some of my ref as well. And I was like, okay, I also need to improve a few design and to repeat few elements so I can improve the image quality, basically. And then, but not least, the recording process, because when I record, I need to pause the recording every time I Google something, every time I go back to my reference or think about something, because it creates a lot of empty minutes with nothing happening on the screen for you. And if I don't put it, then I need to edit the video after, which take a lot of time I don't always have before the class. So this is the reason why for the final paint, I just decided to do a step by step, and then to show you stuff, and like I can demo stuff in live if you need for some area. But in that way, I don't have to focus too much on the recording and to like play, pause every minute. And I can just focus on my painting. So I just hope you understand. But yeah, I think that's pretty it. Okay. And my step-by-step is here. Okay, so the first one here. The first big change I did is this one. So you can see the texture, like really too noisy. Again, like just too much texture everywhere. Maybe I can take a brush, would be better, and go on top. But yeah, like there is just like too much information. Why do I have the one with opacity? Okay, yeah. So too much texture here. Again, like noise everywhere. And then I have like a weird but strong contrast. And I'm like, is this a shadow or just like a texture with the wrong value? So it was one of the first things that was not working here. Let me go back to my brush. I need to set up my own. Okay, great. So yeah, I was like, okay, more simple, like more calm area where I don't want you to go, basically, and more contrast and texture where I want you to go. So that was the idea. Then the stained glass, I think this is like a huge difference here, because basically here, first, we don't see the reflection from the sky. This is what Pierre talked about, like, I think during 2 hours. But I was like, I mean, it's supposed to work like any other window, at least the minimum. And the thing is, I think at this moment, since I never did any stained glass in my life, I had this default stained glass in my head, you know, when you're like, oh, okay, this is something like very saturated with like a lot of color and very shiny and very bright. But this is what you see like when you're more inside of the room and then you have the sunlight. So I kind of did a mix between like a window from the outside and what we see from the stained glass inside. So my brain just did a weird mix to end up with something like this. Maybe I can show you my ref. Let me open my folder. Not this one, this one. Yes, I found this ref. It took me some time, but I found this ref and I was like, okay, I think now I understand better. I can like see some of the reflection and see some of the inside. And I'm like, okay, if I take like a few minutes to study this and I apply it to my painting, I will be able to have something way stronger. Yep. So yeah, I got this. What did I change here? Oh yes, few stuff. Decided to remove the thing we had here, because I went back into my reference as well, and I was like, oh, but I'm supposed to have like some curved wood here and stuff like this. And if I had like something for a cat or anything, it's supposed to be inside this part. But in the end, with the door I decided to design, it would just end up being too small. And I don't want it to have like to remove this part of the glass to have something bigger to then be able to put. It was just too much change for something maybe not very important because it was maybe too much noise. So I was like, okay, let's just remove this. Same for this thing here, you will see. Again, it was too much. And the thing here is, I think I did not think about it in a good way because I was like, okay, I want like all the stuff from the streets being around like plant flower shape, like what I did here. And you will see in the end, I tried to put the flower here. And I was like, oh, I will do the same here. So this is what I've done here before, but it was a nonsense because this stuff are supposed to oh, I don't have the word in English, but it's supposed to be to the owner, not to the city. I don't know if you see what I mean, but most part of the time, the owner is not gonna do something with the exact same design of the city, unless the city did it. So I was like, I need to change it. And since I went for just like round shape here, I was like, let's keep a round shape here, basically. So this is what I got. Yeah, it's a private entrance, yes. So I was like, it's not like this entrance is not to the city, it's to the owner. So I need to make the design fit the owner house and not the design of the street and of the city, basically. What else did I change? Oh, yes. I wanted to put this thing for the wind on top, and I wanted it to be a bunny at first, but in the end, it just looked weird. But yeah, anyway, this stuff was just a quick reminder for me to just put more props to make it more lively. And also decided to switch to green, my street lamp basically, and the signage. And yeah, you got, of course, like the really rook sketch for the hydrangeas. This is how we say this in English. But yeah, for the flower I wanted to add. And my first idea of repetitive pattern, I was like, yes, I have this here, I need to repeat it. And so I can put the name of the bakery because the name of the bakery was missing. And this is a placeholder as well. And same here, just a quick placeholder to be like, okay, I need to put some props here in the garage, just so I can add more storytelling later. So I was like, okay, it's gonna be like a floor bag or something and a bike. So maybe they can go and like do some deliveries or something. So yeah, sounds like pure feedback. No, not at all. It's just like me opening my folder like 1 week after and be like, oh, this is so wrong. Let's redo it. But yeah. Pierre give me feedback, I think at not that, why did I do? Oh yeah, okay. Which stage? Not this one. Oh, maybe I don't have the step by step. But yeah, in between these two, it gave me feedback because my reflection was like too cyan and like more blue and more purple into it was better for my overall composition. But yeah, I can talk about this later. So yeah. Yeah, this one was a really small one, but I just wanted to talk about it anyway. Because the change to green. Oh, I see. But yeah, in the end, it's purple, so no worries. I keep my purple. I will win this fight anyway. I will make it do something purple. So yeah, these changes were, oh yeah, really subtle things. So decided just to bring more structure into my stained glass. Oh, yeah, there's also something here. Yeah, just quickly, like, look, my stained glass had like this really small part here and here. And to me, it was not really a great design and adding even more noise we don't really need. So I decided to remove this part just to have something a bit like simpler to read. And so I can put my details really where I want. So yeah, this one more structure because I was like, yes, every time you have a new color, you have like something to separate it. So same with the donuts, and it was missing before. So I had to put it, decided to clean a bit some of the shape in my wood as well, and decided to have like some more color dynamic into it just because I like it and just wanted to put some more variation in my color and fake some detail. Oh yeah, I forgot about this one, but yeah, I moved these things here because it was like a nonsense to have it here. And for my composition, it was way better as well. Like you can have like something that read more like this instead of like this. Yeah, I think you see the point. Yeah, and decided to remove like the two color we got on the canopy because again, too much noise, and I already have like a lot of noise around my window with the stained glass. So I was like, okay, we need more calm, basically. What else? Oh yes, of course. I started to have like some dirt here because I saw this on my reference. Started to have this thing. Was it here before? Oh yeah, it was before as well. And this is because I went into Google Map. This is the reason why Pierre was talking about that, because I remember I was like, hey, I want to add like more proud, but I'm like, I'm not sure about what I want to put. And he was like, yeah, go on Google Map and see where we lived before. I'm sure we'll find some stuff. And indeed, I found a lot of stuff. And do I have the actual one I took? Oh no, maybe not. Let me go back here. I do have too much reference. Like really too much reference. Yeah, maybe I don't have everything. But yeah, these are the stuff I took on Google Map. I wanted this thing as well. This for the bushes. But yeah, I took a lot of like pavement and street just to see what kind of stuff would be great to have. So Google Map is your friend. I like the fact you've changed the topography, looks like more welcoming. Topography often has a meaning and it's often forgotten. Yes. Really. Okay. Yes. Oh yeah. Now the part that I like, my flower. I just went again into Google and I was like, okay, I want to do this hydrangea. So of course you need references and I wanted this specific color. And this ref was pretty great because I was able to have like different lighting on it. So I was like, okay, this one is pretty okay for what I want. What I decided to do is that I created brushes. You have them here. Sorry, to go back. Okay, here you go. So this one was for my overall shape. So I was able to do like stuff like this, just in flat. And inside it, I was like, okay, let's do it maybe in like 2 or 3 value maximum. And so I created like some little flower like this. So you have, I just like to try to create, like 3 different brushes all the time when I'm doing like a repetitive pattern. So I don't have to use the same one over and over and have this kind of like copy pasted feeling. So I have like this one, I have this one, and I have this one. So they are all different. And this is basically what you have here. No more, no less. And for the leaves you have behind, it was like a mix of like lasso tool and painting inside. Also a lot with, you have some stuff with like that brush that I like a lot because you have like one smooth and one hard side, which is pretty great. I think you can see it, like hard and smooth. So this one is pretty great. And then just to add a bit more like graphic shape in the background, I just did my background leaves with this one, but without texture. Yeah, I think it was this one. But yeah, it's just a triangle brush with some scattering and spacing, basically. So yeah, just creating my own brushes to fit my needs. I think we talked about this a lot, but just so you see it in action. And for the one in background, do you have, yeah, great. You don't have the updated version, which is great. I tried to keep all my mistakes just so you can see everything. Yes, so here it was dark before and it will be dark after as well. But just to me, to be able to understand everything that was going on here, I wanted to like reuse the same color and texture here so we can really understand this or the same material. I wanted like to do the boon slide and everything here and the wood plank. So again, just wanted to make sure I can understand everything. Oh yeah, and I think it was just before maybe. Oh yeah, it was a long time ago. Okay, but yeah, I did this garage door as well with like the wood plank in it, but I wanted to keep it pretty simple and some dirt here just so we can feel the glass. Oh, and in case you ask for the bike, this bike is from another painting I did already. but I never posted this painting because it's under India. But anyway, and I was just too lazy, and I was like, I remember I did a bike. I'm pretty sure if I modify it and modify a bit the perspective, I can just put it in this painting and it will work. And it worked. So I don't have to redo the bike another time. But I just found a reference with like the perspective I wanted. And so I can basically do a study of a bike, and then I changed the color and the lighting on it to make it fit my painting, basically. And of course the props, so my floor bag and some wood plank to maybe justify that like maybe they did the stairs here on their own, or maybe they can change some of the wood plank. Again, just some like more storytelling elements. Oh yeah, I also added what Clelia asked for, like Pokeball donut. You have it, and some other crazy donut all around. Started to put this in good shape as well because it was flat. This is for storytelling as well. Yeah, you're happy with the Pokeball one? But yeah, I was like, okay, it's a bakery, but they're living in this bakery as well. So it's supposed to have all the elements we need for an actual real house. So let's add a number. It's already a good start. I will add some other stuff, but you will see. I added my weird bunny you can see on all my painting. So you have it here, you have it here. What else do I have? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Oh no, it's okay, I have it. Okay, great. What else? Oh yeah, here it was for my lighting scenario. And oh yeah, Pierre did me a feedback. Was it here or here? Maybe you will see it. Yes, I think it was somewhere here. But yeah, it was like, okay, you need to have the light more here than here. So it was one of the feedback it gave me, and I was like, oh yes, you're right. It doesn't make any sense. And yes, here also starting to have like more storytelling to be like, okay, I have like this sheet of paper, but what it is, I was like, okay, it's gonna be for the donut flavors. Okay. Oh yes, and this thing, I was like, I need to add a lamp because it's a garage, and this is great when you have a lamp, when you like when you're in the night and you need like to park your car, it's better. So let's add this. Yeah, I did big changes here. Okay, where do I start? You will have a GIF as well. GIF, I don't know. Anyway, but just so you can see all the changes I did. We'll start on the left. Yeah, will be better. Okay. For my background first, if you remember, my hydrangea were like maybe a bit too much organic and more like in the real life, but I wanted to shape this more. So I just decided to create a mask so I can give this a more round shape and something a bit more appealing and fitting the direction I wanted. Of course, I had to create like some more appealing tree that take the good lighting with the shadow projected on the tree behind. On purpose, I decided to keep my round tree ID I had like pretty much everywhere. Yeah, for the bike, when I did the hydrangeas and the bike was here, it was too much noise at the same place. So I decided to move the bike, and I was like, oh, so I will be able to make it shine a bit with the sunlight, would be great. Also, I did the mailbox because this is supposed to be a house. So this is great if I can add a mailbox as well. And I corrected a mistake I did. Like here, for example, I just duplicated this stuff into here. And when I reopened my painting, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like you have this and then this. Maybe I should take another color. Like this thing is supposed to replace this one. So I need to remove this because it doesn't make any sense. So I removed it basically and moved like the chain as well. Yeah, a lot of like small stuff here and there. But yeah, adding the shadow and what we call the SSS, like, you know, when you have like the pink that you will have in the shadow, same here as well, adding the same like storytelling elements, starting to add like the flavor in each donut. Yeah, doing this thing for the door as well, because I was like, this is pretty cute and it will do a repetitive pattern with this thing. I was like, yeah, could be great to add it. Oh yeah, here another small change, but I was like, this curtain are too attractive. Like I can only see this in my image and I want you to go there, so it's not working. Let's add a bit more of this like magenta purple that I like, would be great. What else? Oh yeah, here. This is the feedback I was talking about. Like I did my reflection here, but it was a bit too cyan because my old sky was really cyan, and I modified like my entire image to go for something more purple, but I kept the cyan here, which was not working. So Pierre was like, no, like change the color and it will fit way better. And indeed, it's way better. I did my texture here the same way I did the texture here, just to have again repetitive texture and pattern and something not too overwhelming. You will see that some shadows are missing just because of like a bad layering. I corrected it after. Added some stuff here again just for more life into it. And yeah, small stuff, but yeah, of course, like the projected shadow of the tree you have here. Work it on this little thing here as well, and started to refine the house in background. So this is not that much, but it was still important, just like a rook texture here to fake something. Same here, projected shadow, sorry. The reflection inside the window. How many layer you end up with? You want me to open it, really? Let me check. I hope it's gonna be fine. I have too much open already. But I think really too much. Yeah, around 1,000. That's for sure. So you have an idea. And yeah, same here. I don't know if you remember, but I got a reference for this one as well. Maybe I have it here. Yeah, this one. So that was pretty simple to put it into my image. Yeah, refined the bushes. And remember, I got a pretty cool ref about bushes I found on Google Maps. So I used it. And yeah, decided to refine this and to add like this kind of like flower shape or broom shape you choose here. And of course, I duplicated my color here and started to also duplicate it on the other window you will have like on the side. So I can create like this kind of like double stained glass that will be kind of like a shiny and saturated. And yeah, added like this rendering on the donut, and again the Bob's donut, so people can catch it from far. And overall, just more purple and more what I wanted to be, basically, and less green. Yeah, way more eye candy, way more peaceful. But since my layer were organized, it was pretty easy to do in the end. Oh yeah, I also decided to go for something not smooth but hard in the background, again just for the art direction I wanted to follow. 1,000 layers, yes, almost. I think I did worst. Maybe on Jibaro it was worst, to be honest. It's okay. Okay, let me remove all the stuff I did here. Oh yeah, I think at this step, oh yeah, this one is like a really little step. This is something I did like really quick, just to not forget like my lighting and stuff. So it's like really small step, but like this thing was blue for no reason. So I was like, okay, let's put it green. Let's do quickly the lighting here, the lighting on the chin. yeah, same here. Like let's do quickly the floor back because it was really too flat. And let's put quickly like some of the reflection here, but it was like a bit too high in reflection anyway. Oh, and here I did a mistake and Pierre make me notice it. This area was taking more the light and it was supposed to be this area. It was the same mistake that I did here. So I had to change it after. Here you can see that I just forgot to do this one and Pierre noticed it and was like, hey, I think you forgot something. I was like, yeah, you're right. I still did not do the missing shadow, but I will do it right after. At this stage, do you have any color correction on top of everything? I do have some, but not a lot. I think I have like 3 filter on top. I think you saw it when I just opened it, the PSD. But yeah, I do have some, yeah. Like a color balance just to go a bit more into the red and purple, for example. Sometimes just a little level to be able to adjust a little bit my contrast and overall lighting. So yes, of course, but this is something I do like at the very end to see if I can improve the painting basically. But I really try to not play with the filter too much before the end of the painting, because if I do this, I just get lost. I can't control my color. And if I just want to color pick another material I did, I will have to go under every filter to have the good one, and I will just lose too much time. So. And then you have the final. These are like small changes, but still really important for me. Like I duplicated this before, so the pattern was the same all the time, and it was pretty boring. So I just decided to redo it. Also added the texture on my wood, added like the white structure of the window. You have the reflection as well. So you got the reflection before anyway. But to me, it was working way better with the art direction I wanted. Of course, I added my little plants here and decided to change the color of this thing as well and to put it in perspective because it was not in perspective before. So it was a mess. What else did I change? Oh, yes. The color of this thing, I did it bigger. I added or name to be able to receive the mail. It's better. And I was like, oh, but there is like some donut missing here. And I was like, oh, could be cool if like they are just closed because they are doing deliveries at that time. So I just added this because, you know, storytelling again, and decided to change the color of this thing to fit what we got here again for repetitive pattern. That stained glass reflection onto the alley is transparent. This is something I added at the very end because I was like, okay, there is something missing in my image, but I don't know what. And I was like, oh yes, because the sun will like eat inside. So then outside in the shadow, I will have like this stained glass projected. Okay, I can try to do something. And it was like really fast and easy to do. I just like took my stained glass, I put it here in perspective with a motion blur, and then an FX so I can remove it from the really dark area, and that's it. I tried to do this kind of light through the window, and it was hurting my brain. Yes. I mean, as you can see, I did a lot of steps and a lot of mistakes as well. And the thing is, I need to do these mistakes to be able to understand what is working and what it's not working, so I can go find more reference and then try again and then be like, okay, it's still not working. Okay, let's redo it again. So it does take a lot of time. But you need this mistake if you want to be able to do a good painting in the end, and you need to hurt your brain basically. What else? Oh yeah, I just corrected the mistake I did here. It was a nonsense as well. Like my brush was ending here instead of here. A small thing, but still pretty important. Same here, it was too blue and I wanted it to be green. I know I'm a perfectionist, but now this is way more green. My texture here that was missing. Oh yeah, and I added this thing, but it was before in the step by step. and just added some more color dynamic because I just like to play with this. Finished this street lights. What else? Oh yes, I added some of this like kind of grass pattern. You have like this overgrow you can have on some specific ground surfaces. You have the entire shadow now that was missing before, and reduced the lighting here. And I think that's pretty much it.
Can I have a question?
Of course.
Because on the pavement, you use this kind of color dynamic circular shape. That kind of has this grassy kind of effect. And I was wondering why this shapes in this particular place. Is this for some kind of direction of where you're supposed to look at, or it's just laying around?
This is two things. The thing is, yeah, you don't have this step, but like with this, like really, I would say white area, you're supposed to have kind of a bone slide, I would say here, like very, very subtle. But when I tried to do it, it was just too much. So I was like, okay, let's use this color dynamic thing to kind of fake your brain and be like, oh, there is probably some of this bone slide, but I will also use this to like make you look at my focus. So it was a mix of two things, like a bone slide I don't really want it to make, plus the idea of like leading you to my focus. If that answers your question. Yeah, okay, cool. And in the end, I really tried to have like everything leading to my composition. Like since I moved the bike and the bike is not here, we have a composition that is more going forward, something like this. You have this, like everything is pretty okay with the composition. Like same with the tree you have here. Like you have like this kind of triangle here. I think I also did something to my tree. Yes, like my tree was too big here. But yeah, I tried to really improve the composition with my propping, basically. So yeah, it's a mix of a lot of things, improving my lighting, improving the storytelling, to have a strong background design and a strong story element into it. So people can really understand what I wanted to do with this painting and where you're doing VizDev, and more specifically like what we call a look of picture. This is something really important because we need to understand everything in one single picture. We need to understand all the design elements, how they are working between them, who are the people living in, what's happening on the image. Of course, it's better if you have character inside it. I did not have time. I mean, I tried, but I did not have. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can show you something fun. Do I have this or not? Oh no, I don't have. Okay. Give me a few seconds. I'm sure I have it in my mail. Yes, I do. I do have. We took a lot of pictures to be able to put people inside it, and it was really fun. So yeah, this is how I make characters, just in case. But yeah, it was not successful. I did not have enough time to do it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So if you want me to show you some specific stuff, this is so cute. Yeah, but this is my way to do character. Like all the time I need to put a character inside. I love the behind the scene pics like this. Of course, these are the best. And when you need to do like really weird face for specific character, it's really funny. This is what I do as well. Yeah, this is the best thing to do. First, this is fun, and it's really helpful. And again, since I'm not a car designer, I think my skills are way stronger in environment than in character. So I really need strong reference to do characters. So yeah. Any color aberration or prosthetics, I will show you this. This is a good thing. You will have it. I mean, these are a lot of tips you will have in the PDF. But one of my fav, so of course, like I think maybe you mostly know all of this stuff, but you can play like with the exposure, with the color lookup that Pierre showed you, with the gradient map. This is something I like to play with as well. The saturation layer, the vibrancy, the levels. I think we already talked about all this stuff during the previous recording. I think you see me use some of this stuff. But yeah, my fav were this one. So maybe I will do it with the previous one because this one has the post prod and this one doesn't have it. Let's duplicate it. So yeah, of course, if you want to do like the chromatic aberration or anything, you can. What you can do is like, you double click on it and then you just remove one channel and then you Control T and you can like move it and you will have your chromatic aberration. Just be careful with this because you will end up with like a really blurry image. But there is something to kind of go against this is like, let's create a full image on top of it. You have the chromatic aberration, then you can go into filter, other, then you have the high pass. It's a really weird thing like this. You can, of course, do the amount you want, but don't go too crazy with this. I put it at 1 and then I put it in overlay. So it will like kind of like crisp your image. It's like a sharpen. And on top of the chromatic aberration, it's pretty worth it. And then again, like you need to create a full image, go into filter, and then you can add noise and you add the amount of noise you want. So I went too far right now just to show you. But yeah, these are some of my my fav post-prod effects. What did I miss? Great when Google Picture reminds you of your ref a year later. How many times you spent for this picture? But I mean, I was working at the same time as you, so it's really hard to quantify. I was only working on it the weekend most part of the time. So on my Saturday and a little bit on the Sunday, and not a full day because I had the slide to prepare. So yeah, maybe like if I put everything together, maybe I took like 3 days on it or something. But it's really hard to quantify, to be honest, really. Oh, and maybe I can show you the gradient map just really quick. Where are you? Yeah, this is something I like to play with, but I'm just a big fan of like the iridescence you can have here. It will not work with this image, but I like to use this in overlay, and it can really help you to find new ID and new color scheme, and maybe you can put it in FX and then just keep the color here and there. So it can be a great adjustment to play with. At least I like to play with it. But you will have everything in the PDF, so don't lose any time to screenshot this. You will have all of this. So how cool, never thought of gradient map for something like that. Yeah, I know that some people use it for some specific things, but I'm just bad with this. And when I discovered the gradient map, I was just using it in overlay to create some new weird stuff. So yeah. So yeah, feel free if you have like any question about this, tell me. And if not, we can go into the like freelance portfolio stuff and all the question you had. Yes, I have a Visa related question on this. Of course, go ahead.
So it is probably easier than typing it. So I guess like just to kind of get a better understanding for like process or like a studio sort of need for something like this. So I'm guessing like if this was maybe like the script is like, oh, this is about like Bob the Bunny and he's like a baker and we need his like home area design. So you do something like this, and then the way you put like the flowers and everything like in the rest of the city, would they kind of use something like this to say like, oh, the flower theme is cool, we're gonna make like more stuff with that, and then you do like another one with like that as a theme? Or would it kind of like, would that have to be part of this and then you have to put more flowers in this to kind of like help sell that or something. I don't
You
know if
mean-
that's a clear question. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I just want to be sure I understand. Like, you mean if I do my flower like this, and then they want like more and maybe more design on the side to be able to have it for the final movie, you mean? Just not
Yeah,
sure.
sorry. I guess my question is kind of more like what would probably come after something like this? Like what other pieces would they ask from you?
Yeah, okay. The thing is, of course, before that, most part of the time, you will do more what we call blue sky. And when you got the blue sky, basically you just have like the script, and you will either send like color or black and white sketch, but it will stay mainly sketchy with no real design element into it. I mean, few design, but just to give an overall idea of the location based on the script, and that's it. Then when they're gonna ask you for a look of picture, which is something more like an illustration of the final project and what the film is gonna look like, then you're supposed to like look at all the blue sky elements that were done, look at the design that were done. So maybe the design of the street lamp were already done in production by someone else. We probably already have like some precise idea of which type of plant we want in it. And we already have some piece with an idea of the art direction we want. So we have like maybe some plant with some art direction on it. Maybe we have few buildings. And your job when you do a look of picture is you need to gather all these elements into one image, basically. So you need to bring all the design together and make something that fit the other design already done. Same for the building, same for the flower, etc., etc. And after this, they can just realize if everything is working great together or not, if they need to change something in that direction, or maybe we can do the plant in a different way because it doesn't match with the building, for example. So a look of picture is really something useful to see if everything is working together. And it's also really useful for the 3D team behind you, because they can be like, and for the lighting team, of course, they can be like, okay, this is like what we need to have as a final product. This is what we need to see on screen. So yeah, that's pretty it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Do you have any other question? Oh, and you will have like some stuff like this as well, just in case. I mean, these are funny to do, so I like to do a lot of GIF. And you have also the one from Pierre, just in case. This is something I like to do at work as well. Like when I'm applying feedback, I also send a GIF to my client just so they can see quickly the before after. And I think this is also fun for us to look at. So I'm like, this is cool. Can we also have a PSD with the image progression? Oh, yes, I can. I just need to clean it a bit. Oh, I mean, you want the final image, or you want a PSD with just the image inside? Yeah, the one with some layers, like this one, with just the layer progression. Not the one with the 1,000 layers. Okay, great. Yes, I can send you the PSD. Yes, for sure. Any other question before I move into my computer will crash? Okay, so yeah, I will not send you the big one, but yeah, I will send you this one for sure. I can add it. Okay, so I close this. Here you have the tips. And then I can go into this. Why do I have the recovered one? This is weird. Anyway. Oh, Leah, thanks for this great course. So much love, time, and knowledge. Thank you. Oh, that's so cute. Tessa and Devin, thank you for making it possible. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Tessa. Please providing help and links for every topic imaginable. Are you able to deal with course free weekend? Hope you know your time budget as well as your valuable budgets. All the best from Germany. Oh, you mean the fact that like having a class every weekend and having to work like during the week? If that was the question. I mean, this is pretty hard at the beginning, but we get used to it. Not gonna lie, I'm tired because I had to prepare a lot of stuff, and it's probably the same for Tessa and Devin. Like when you have a full-time job, and then on the side, you need to like prepare everything for the class, edit your video when you need, be sure all your slides are on point so you can talk about everything and not forget anything. But I mean, this is still great to do. I like it. So yeah, this is hard. I'm a bit tired. I will have like the entire seasons 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen to watch now, but that's it.
I think Chris is saying, won't you be lonely without the class on your weekend?
Okay. We can create a nest egg to buy another computer. Yes, probably. Okay, let's go into this. For those who need to leave, you can. I think we'll maybe have like half an hour on this subject because I have like a lot of questions. So don't mind me. And oh, I did something wrong. Just give me 1 minute. No, okay. And I open this. I have all of your questions and everything. Oh, yes. Okay. I will be able to open this. First one, social network. This is something we talked a little bit about in week 1. So I will give you some of my thought about it. So first, I guess creating a website for your work, your own website, is a great thing. If you can do it, do it. I know this is not expensive, but you need to pay for it. So I know some of us sometimes are not able to do it. So it's not mandatory, but if you can do it, do it. This is a good thing. But ArtStation and Instagram are the most used platform for now to look for new artists. So even if you have your own website, could be great to be on ArtStation and or Instagram as well. And my general thing about social media is basically you need to spend some time and energy into your social media to make it work. I know we don't want to do this. We're not used to do this. Like I'm doing it for Pierre, for example, because this is just like too exhausting for him. I like to be able to chat with my follower and everything, like because I just truly like teaching and talk with people and learn. But the social network thing is really, really time consuming sometimes. So yeah, need to be careful with that. But yeah, anyway, you will have like the entire PDF for this as well because I have my PDF in front of me. So yeah, some general advice would be make your social easy to read and navigate. Like if you create your own website, use the same profile pic everywhere, like on LinkedIn, Instagram, ArtStation, everywhere. This is just the easiest way to understand that this is you on every platform. And this is a mistake I see a lot of time. Use the same name everywhere. I know we like to have like some funny name on Discord and everything, but it's better if you can have the same name everywhere. So again, we can find you easily online. Write your job title and client you work it with. You know what? I will just open my Instagram. It will be easier. Yep. Ta-da. So yeah, job title, client you work it with, your email, and important link accessible. So this is only my Instagram, but this is the same thing on my ArtStation. You will see when a recruiter have this, I mean, it had everything it needs to hire you. I have your email to contact you and send you a contract and set up a meeting. I have your previous clients, so I can know on which production you worked, and so I can like just check the production you worked on. I have your other link if I want to check your artwork in high resolution, for example, or anything. And I have the job title you want to be hired for. everything. This is a sentence I like to say. I think I already said it, but basically reduce the amount of click for the recruiter. The less he has to do, the best it is for him and for you. I would say also post quality over quantity, and sketches are also quality. Just so we're clear with that. Like you can have like really high quality sketches. This is fine. The other thing is more about like the algorithm and just be able to learn from other people, but reply to the comments on your work and don't feel shy to comment on the work you like. This is about making connection and about also your learning experience as a human. I know that, again, this is something Pierre is not very comfortable with, and I truly can understand. But if you want to know more people and connect with people with the in the industry, this is the best thing to do. And also, I think Instagram algorithm like comment on the work, but I'm really bad with algorithms, so better to double check what I'm saying about this. And one last thing, post what you like to do, what makes your work unique, and what you want to be hired for. I think I can go, I just want to show you a specific Instagram profile. Don't go that far, but she is not doing art or anything. Yeah, this girl. About like having a beautiful Instagram to look at. Like maybe I can just like duplicate this to show you something else at the same time, if my Instagram allow me to do so. Yeah, okay. Like I'm not saying my Instagram is beautiful or anything. I mean, compared to Charlie, no, I can't. But the thing is, I try to have like good cover picture all the time and not have like one full cover, another with like black border, another with white border. I mean, we are in an artistic field, so it's great if we can have like a beautiful Instagram. And if you really want to go far into this, you have this girl. Look at this. You have color transition all over the Instagram. I mean, this is another level. I mean, this is a big part of her job. But yeah, just so you can see that this is really, really important. And to me, this is really art. Like being able to do this on the social media, I'm like, respect. Like you took a lot of time and effort to do this. So yeah, I like to look at content creator like this. Even if I'm not doing this for my own work, this is like really interesting. I really like using the app Preview to help me figure out my Instagram layout exactly. But yeah, if you want to Google her name, you can. Just some like really, really amazing inspiration and color. So yes. What does she do? She's like an influencer. She's doing a lot of like YouTube video, but I don't know much about her. I just I was able to view her Instagram through historic YouTube video. Okay, great, thank you. I just discovered her on Popcorn. It's just like a kind of a TV show you can have on Twitch, and I was like, oh, her Instagram is so appealing to look at. But yeah. Thank you, Benoit, for the answer. Okay. Tell me if you have any question about like this thing. If not, I will go into like portfolio stuff. So, okay, I've been trying a thing where every third post is a white lettered background design post on my profile page, make it a vertical strip. Not sure if this is working. Since the algorithm is a mystery, I get a lot more attention from my full color post thanks to this class. Oh, okay. Maybe I can have a look at your Instagram real quick, Jacob.
I remember people used to do like the grid where like every 3 makes like a
oh
strip
this
like
thing.
that. Yeah, but since I don't have like I'm not able to like plan like every 3, and then if you post like an odd one, it kind of like makes them like all out of order. So it's like,
Yes.
yeah, it's like maybe every 3rd one, so it just makes like a vertical line, and the line just like moves when I post a new
Yeah.
one. But I
Yeah.
don't know, I get like a lot less traction on like the black and white ones, so I'm like, maybe I should just like stop doing it or not, but I don't know.
No. We don't care about how many people you attract on your Instagram. Like, the thing is, again, you need to be hired for what you want to do and what you like to do. So if these are stuff that you like to do, and if these are quality stuff, just keep it on your Instagram. Again, we don't care. This is what I was saying to Pierre as well. Like, if one day I only have like 5 like on my painting, but this is what I want to be hired for, and this is a quality work, I don't give a shit about the algorithm, to be honest, because this is just a way for me to display my work and to be hired. So yes, of course, exposure is important so you can be discovered by company and potential clients. So of course this is important, but truly don't remove a quality work or something you would like to do just because you don't get enough attention from the social network. Just keep it, and then try to understand a bit better the social media in question, so you can make it works maybe for the next one. This is what I did a lot of time. And for those who follow me since maybe a long time, maybe you've seen that I did some tests on Instagram and I removed them. Like, I did a reels one time and I got like a lot of view on these reels, but I just deleted it because again, yes, okay, I can keep these reels and be like, oh, I did a lot of views on it, but I don't care. This reels was just a test for me to understand more the algorithm of the reels, because I just don't know anything about it. So yeah, again, useful to know how like all this social media stuff is working, but don't fall too much into it, and trust your skill first, and keep what you like to do.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Let me read what I have in the chat just in case. Okay. Do I go into the portfolio thing? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so I have like, I think these are a few questions from you, from like people in the Discord here, before I go into the freelance stuff. So one of the questions was, to be hired as a background painter, can I showcase only studies, or is it better to showcase original painting or work done on someone else's layout? Oh, I redid some of the questions sometimes to include some other question. So yeah, this one was a really great question. I think it was from you, Jacob. So yeah, when I started, my portfolio displayed only studies, but stylized studies. And at this moment, I wanted to show that I was able to interpret, synthesize, and follow an artistic direction. So luckily, a few companies trusted me to do background painting work and concept art work. Plus, I was able to show them what I did during my internship. So it was mostly illustration, props design, and few concept art. And this helped me to get the job. I think without this, it would have been way much harder, because right now, I think if you only showcase studies, your art director or your recruiter cannot really understand like the fundamentals you have. They can be like, okay, you know how to maybe interpret or copy a photo, but what about your lighting understanding? What about your color understanding? And this is really important. So I really recommend you to showcase personal painting as well, so that recruiters can really see your understanding of light, color, and overall understanding of the fundamentals, which is really important. So again, I think I was lucky to be contacted by people at this moment, and they asked me to see some stuff under NDA. But again, without this stuff, I think I would have not have the first job I got, to be honest. We never know,
actually,
but yeah.
I actually found that doing the like the final project in here was much more difficult than doing studies, because of what you said. Like, it's like you have to understand how the light works. You don't just copy it. But I guess
Yeah.
like finding references like helps with that too. But yeah, okay, cool. That's good to know because I've heard people say like some people have like a study portfolio where it just looks like they study things and they might not be able to do it on their own. But yeah, I think the way you said like stylizing it makes more sense. So okay, cool.
Yeah, and it's great to show that you study stuff. This is a good thing. But then, okay, you study stuff. Now I want to understand, how do you apply what you learn? And this is really important. If you put some studies of light, stylization, art direction, anything, but I never see in your portfolio a personal image where you applied everything you learned from these studies, then it's not like, I mean, we will lose some of the interest because the studies are here on a specific purpose. It's to be able to be more free in your painting and to be able to create your own image, basically. And I think this is what a recruiter wants to see in a portfolio: original artwork that display all the studies you did before, basically. Okay, Laurel, I think you did something. Yeah, I was also hired with a portfolio of mostly studies. My art director was fine since I had a few of my own illustration. Exactly. And there is also one thing, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but sometimes some of the recruiter or art director just don't understand that these are studies and they think these are original artwork. And you're like, I don't know, should I say something or do I just don't say anything? And I'm like, you know what? I will do the work. You will never see and understand anything. It's okay. So yeah, sometimes you, in front of you, you have just someone that don't really understand the difference between a study and a personal painting. And it's up to you to be like, anyway, I will do the work and it's okay because my fundamentals are still great, no matter if I do a study or not. But yeah, you will probably see it in your career. How much is it important to show good looking process and not just the final results? Does a recruiter really care about good looking researches, or can I put bad looking researches that are still pertinent and relevant even with a nice looking final picture? I'm asking that because I know people in the industry like Senior knows that researches don't have to be good looking but pertinent to have a good final result. But what about the recruiter? This is the same thing. Like the recruiters will find you because someone in the production wanting to reach out to you. So of course, like we don't care if the research is like kind of dirty. Like this is part of the research process. You can't be like a perfect and clean all the time. I mean, we are not robots. So no, feel free to explore the way you want. That's yeah, that's perfectly fine. I just had an interview last week and the art director asked I sent over the sketches I did for the final piece in my portfolio. He said the actual quality of the sketches isn't super important, but he wants to see my process and how I'm thinking. Exactly. I had to do the same thing with Sony recently, like to like maybe move on another project at Sony. And the production designer asked me to send like some color key and rook sketch just to understand how I think and how I work. So yes, of course, this is really important. And this is the reason why I always have like a bunch of folder with all my process all the time. So anytime a production designer needs to see my process, I can show him. And since my process is always different depending on the painting and the constraint and everything, I think this is also pretty, I would say, cool to be able to show them, hey, I can adapt. My process is different sometimes for this and this reason. So this is pretty interesting as well. I also got into my internship because I was one of the few who actually had any process and design in portfolio. Yes. But yeah, again, really, really important. So if you can show your process and your researches, go for it, really. Okay, I'm going to the other question. But yeah, feel free if you have any other question in the chat. Is it good for a portfolio to have different art style? I often hear find your own style and stick to it because recruiters will not understand what you do, and showcasing too many different things is bad. There is something very subtle to understand here. You don't need a specific style to get hired. Just do what you like the most and what you want to be hired for. Like if you like to train several art style, go for it. It will show your flexibility and style understanding. The thing with this sentence you hear all the time is more about consistency of quality work. Like, don't showcase a portfolio with amazing character design, bad environment design, and okay-ish prop design, for example. Like, if you want to be hired to do like both of these things, because you like to do, because you like to do both, like just make sure you have like you can showcase the same quality on background, props, and character. This is the thing behind this sentence. Like when you start, most people will tell you to focus on one area, which is something on I agree, like character design, VizDev, color key, or whatever, because this is the most efficient way to master a skill, like one step at a time. And when you start to feel comfortable with this skill, then you can learn something new and add a new skill on top of it. So I think we just usually recommend to students to specialize in an area to avoid them working on too many skills at the same time and getting lost doing like, okay, props design again, incredible environment, bad character design, which is indeed confusing for a recruiter because this makes them just question your real level in the end. So this is really not about like style, but more about quality work, consistency. Maybe I can show you again something. Yeah, this guy is always a great example for me. You probably already know him, Shen Sevest. Like, he can do a lot of different style, and he's doing props, he's doing character, he's doing environment, but everything has a very strong quality, and the style is always different, and the subject as well. So, and it's not confusing for any recruiter. Like, I know that his fundamentals are very strong and he can do pretty much everything because he likes to do everything. So it's okay. Like, we don't care about the style. Like, it's okay to have character, props, and environment as long as the quality is the same between all these subjects. So you don't end up with a confusing portfolio because too many difference in your different skill, basically. So yeah, as like a final sentence, like to me, a strong portfolio, either the job you are looking for is an organized portfolio, legible, with great understanding of the fundamentals that showcase what you want to be hired for, plus your own personality into it. Like, don't be a copy of your favorite artist, and be yourself and put it into your work, basically. And so you can end up with an incredible portfolio like this one. This is my biggest problem. Even when I try to specialize, I still want to do too many things, like just a background design, can still be props, 3D, etc. Yes, I understand. But I mean, this is not a bad thing, like being curious and the fact that you want to improve and learn new stuff is really great. But I think at some point, we just need to be like, okay, I will just like master these skills. I can work down the other stuff I want to work on later. And when I feel comfortable with this, then I can move into the other one. Because if you just do a little bit of everywhere, you will maybe feel that you will progress like kind of slowly because you're doing a lot of stuff at the same time. And I mean, our brain cannot absorb everything correctly all the time. So again, this is the reason why it's better to focus on one or two things at the same time, but not too much. Like, I mean, this is another subject, but like, for example, I know that some people are like, for example, they are like working, and at the same time they have like the TV on because they're trying to watch a movie at the same time, and they will take some break to scroll on TikTok or anything. But in the end, what did you keep in mind? Like, did you remember of anything of the movie, like the entire movie? Do you remember the video you scrolled during this period? No, you will just forget a lot of part of all these elements. And if you just focus on the movie, on TikTok, or on your work, you will be more efficient and you will remember a lot more stuff. I don't know if like this is a good example, but this is the way I am thinking about it. So the key is just be good. Yes, exactly. Best way to win the marathon is to start fast and get in faster. Exactly. I got it now. Thanks for answering that. He gave an interview after his work on TMT about his art path, and it was an interesting one. How he sat at home and focused on studying art for like 3 years. Yeah, he has a crazy range of style and clients. If you check his portfolio, this is really good. Yes. In other words, your portfolio doesn't have to be a representation of all your identity and interest, just your next step in your career. Okay, let me read it again. Doesn't have to be a representation of all your identity and interest. I mean, it can be, I think. I think it can be. Like, you know, I like to put my husband everywhere with a lot of bunny. So I don't know.
Oh, I was thinking more about Jacob's question. Like, let's say that I'm interested in characters and environment, but right now my environment is not good. I can always put that on later once it is good. Not putting it there doesn't mean I'm not interested in it, right?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Just in my dumb scrolling dopamine. I can do two things at once, so the problem is solved. Yes, I'm the same. I can't. It's like the same like conversation we got about like music and everything. It's too distracting for me, so I can't. Any other question, or do I go into the freelance stuff? Not gonna be fun, I think. Okay. Here we go. I'm only talking about freelance. I'm not talking about in-house, just before. So I will talk in dollars. I think it's maybe better because it will talk to most of the people, but it's more or less the same thing in euros. So anyway, 300 per day is the minimum to ask as a freelancer. Of course, there is always some exception and compromise, but this is the bare minimum. I will try to give you like a detailed list of why, what, and everything. As a beginner, I know you can be like, why? I mean, 300 a day, like, feels huge. I mean, this is what I was thinking when I started. When I asked it to a lot of my coworker and friend to be able to rate myself, and I watched some incredible video about freelance, and I was like, okay, now I understand. But yeah, let's go into the detail. First, think about what you need to live properly. So your rent, council tax, public services, such as like gas, electricity, water, the price of your car and fuel, if you have one, or your subscription to public transport, the grocery, food, and miscellaneous purchases like furniture if you need to move or anything. Then you had what is not mandatory but highly recommended for a healthy life: clothes, a few restaurants with your friends, a few outing, a few holidays, maybe a Netflix or a Crunchyroll subscription, and some saving, because it's really useful to be able to save some money. Then you have all the business expenses because you are in freelance. You have all the computer equipment you may need to buy, replace, upgrade, because You don't have to worry about this if you are in-house. You can have like an old computer. This is fine. This is just for you and your personal work. Then you have the licenses, the software subscription, because you need to pay for all of this as well. You also add the brushes, 3D, videos you may purchase just to be able to improve your work, basically. Your internet subscription, because you need a really good one, because you will have to have a lot of meetings, send big PSD. So this is also something important to check. All the website and marketing tool you may need, because these are some stuff you need to pay for as well. Your own self-development, as you need to stay up to date as a freelance. So you must continue to improve and learn. So again, really, really important, but because you don't have the security of the job. So you need to prove all the time that you are still up to date. Then your business trip, if there is some, like if they want you to do a talk here and here, but they maybe don't pay for the transport, or I don't know. Then you also had the administrative expenses, like your accountant, for example. Like, for example, I have an accountant because it's like way better for me to not do any mistakes with my taxes. But now I need to pay a platform with my accountant to send like my invoices and everything. So this is a cost as well. Then you had your professional and health insurance, because you have to pay for it. Your company is not gonna do it for you. And then your retirement savings, because this is also important. And you have this when you're in-house, but you don't have this as a freelancer. So it's already starting to be a lot. But then you need a few days off or sick days, right? You know, these are paid when you're in-house, but they're not paid when you're in freelance. Like if you take a day off, no one is gonna send you any money. So yeah, you have this. Then you had what we call like the job insecurity, because you will probably have few days, week without work between two projects. So you must include these insecurities into your rate. Like you have this into your rate because you need to save on the side for this day you're gonna have to take off, basically. Where was I in my PDF? Yes. Yeah. Plus, yeah, as a business yourself, you need time on top of your work and on top of your production to do your invoices, all the administrative stuff, taking care of your social network, because it does take time and this is part of your work. And you need to look for new clients, send email. Again, stay up to date. This is part of the work. This takes time. And then you add all the fun, the taxes. So I will not go deeply into the number, firstly, because I'm bad with it. And taxes are like really different from one country to another, and depending on the professional status you choose. I think you already have like a lot of resources that Tessa sent on the Discord, and you have like the digital painting school for the French people that have a really helpful courses about that. But yeah, if you start to accumulate all of this stuff, you will understand the reason why you need to charge at least 300 a day as a freelancer. I was talking about like, oh yeah, I'm just checking if there is like any question about, okay, are we okay with what I'm saying? Or do you have, yeah, okay, cool. Oh yeah, and just has a comparison for you, 300 a day is what we recommend to the new age student when they end the scholarship, basically. Like, this is the minimum. So yeah, I was speaking about like exception and compromise, because again, this is a balance you need to find. So yes, I accepted some project pay like 250 a day. Makes me realize how much some studios underpay their freelancers. Yes, and this is the problem. But I think this is also because we don't have enough a class talking about this subject. Like the students are not aware of this at all. And as artists, most part of the time, we can have like this low confidence in our own work, and we're like, yeah, I don't think I'm supposed to price that much. And companies are pretty happy about this, you know, because they can pay you less. So yeah, we just need to talk more about this, I think. So if you're freelancing for companies for a project, or even for like 1 year or so, don't you have any benefit like sick leave, etc.? No, you don't have. You're freelance. So no, nothing. If you decide to take like 2 weeks off because you want to go into Japan, it's on you. You're just not gonna be paid. Nothing. I used to be paid 150. For them, it was already a lot. After people were telling me it was crazy to, yeah. No. Yeah, Laura saying if you are a freelance, no, you don't have any like sick days or anything. And if you are full-time in-house, yes, exactly. So yeah, what I was saying, yeah, so I accepted project where I was paid 250 a day for few different reasons, and I will go over it so you can see the balance I was talking about. First, when I started into the industry, because I needed experience to increase my skill and be faster, so I can feel great asking for 300 a day on the next production. Second, because I truly wanted to work on the project, and I knew at this moment being paid 250 was enough to live properly, because my husband was working on the side as well. And I knew this project will help me to improve a lot. And it was a long-term contract. It was like 9 months or more. So I had the security of the job at this moment, which was fair enough. Or I accepted some less paid project by saying, okay, but since it's not my usual day rate, but I love your project and I can't allow myself to be paid less than usual, I will only work on your project during my free time or in part-time, and I will take a full-time or part-time job on the side, because you can't be my priority because you don't pay me enough to live properly and to pay my taxes, basically. So I really try to be transparent with my clients, to make, to me, like, you know, a good communication is really the key to avoid any misunderstanding or anxiety or anything. So basically be aware of your needs and don't lower the price of the market. The more we accept to be paid less than 300 or even less than 250, without negotiation, the more the companies will get used to it and feel comfortable to underpay the freelance artists they hire, which is not a good thing. And then, of course, yes, the more you get into the industry, the more experience you get, the more skills you get, the more you learn, the more you ask to be paid, because your experience is valuable. I think you already know this, but just in case. Also, I really like to ask my colleague what are their rates. Like, I'm really not shy to speak about money. I know in France, people are weird about this. Like, if you speak about money, you're like the devil. I don't know. This is very French thing. Yeah, 300 is a bit low for the US. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. For the US, it's very low. I think I talk about this after, but yes, of course, your rate will depend on the country you work with as well. Like, of course, it is. Plus, company are saving on social taxes employing freelancer. Of course, you could use that to deal. Yes. Do you take double rate if you work on weekend? You can, of course. Like, I mean, not double rate, but it's more like, if a client asks you to work on a weekend or ask you something on very, very short deadline, of course, they need to pay for it, like, because they ask you to work like outside of your usual time. So if this is a request they are making, of course. Oh, and thank you, Hector, for sharing the union minimums. This is really great for the US. So yeah, I was speaking about, yeah, I like to ask my colleague what are their rates, so I can compare and be like, okay, so with this actual skill level, I can ask for this or that. So yeah, this is really like communication and curiosity. So I can just be able to compare myself to my colleague and their level and like adapt my rate. But yeah, I'm not at 300 anymore. It was like really when I started into the industry. But yeah, again, of course, just be aware of everything. I think of it like what's the amount they're paying me, including the paid days off and benefits, and whether that's more or less than just them paying me the money and I pay for all the stuff myself. I've worked at freelance before in tech, where they offered me full time and the salary would be way less than I was making in cash, even while paying ridiculous US healthcare rates. So I turned them down. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did a little slide about this. Healthcare as a freelancer sucks in the US. Yes, I heard about this. We are pretty lucky here in France for that, to be honest. And I think this is one of the reasons why the rate in France are lower than the rate you need to ask in US as well. But yeah, I did a little slide about like to estimate a project and your rate, like some of the stuff you need to think about. Yeah, cost like oh yeah, okay, 500 per month per person. Oh whoa, this is huge. I didn't know about this. Yeah. Yeah, here it's like not that expensive, to be honest. Yeah, the rents went up a lot in my insurance network. Okay. Yeah, definitely one of the reasons why in the US you need to be paid way more. So yeah, to estimate a project and your rate, you also need to think about, of course, your time and the task complexity. So basically, you need to be able to estimate the time you will spend on the task asked and the complexity of this task. So be sure you have everything you need. Ask for clarification if needed, so you don't lose time in the end. Then to estimate your time, think about the other project you worked on. So even personal project, the more you will work, the more you will get used to estimate your time, basically. So what you can do is just basically deconstruct all the steps you have to achieve an image. So think about the referencing part, the iteration, the render, the meeting with the client, the administrative stuff you will have to do, because this is also part of the work. And it will already help you to have an idea of how many days you need to do a painting. Then you have your experience. So compare yourself. Are you above or below the price of the market? So let's say you ask for 400 days and you need 3 days to do an image. But you know that, let's say Jean-Jacques, an artist with more experience than you, also asks for 400 days, but only needs 2 days to do the same image. In the end, you will ask for like 400 times 3, so which is like 1,200. But Jean-Jacques, with a bit more experience than you, will ask for only 400 times 2, which is 800. So at that moment, you ask more than a more experienced artist because you're a bit too slow for now. So you need to reduce a little your rate. This is just for you an idea to like how to compare yourself to other people and to understand what you need to improve and be like, oh, okay, I just basically need to be faster. So maybe there is something in my process that I can improve so I can have a higher day rate for the next time. And then specialization and what we call the niche skills, like the rarest it is, the more expensive it is. So if you do the same thing as everyone else, then you will have a lot of concurrents. But if you specialize in something very specific, you will have less concurrent and your work will have more value because rarest and on a high demand, basically. This is like basic market rule that I'm sure you know, but just in case. And you'll hear me speak about like day rate all the time. So there is this question about day rate or image rate. To me, there is no question here. It's day rate for one big reason. Feedback are always difficult to quantify. My first freelance job was paid by image. I tried to negotiate to be paid by day, and they refused. I ended up being paid 2,000 for 1 month of work as a freelancer. Yeah, I was them. I just started. Because they asked it, like they just changed their mind on the same image during days and days and days. So you never perfectly know how many time you will need on an image. Of course, I can tell you approximately how many time I need to do this or that, but most part of the time, you don't know how the hidden detail of an image when you start it. So it can be really, really hard to quantify. Plus, if the client decides to give you feedback and to change his mind on the same image during 10 days or more, in the end, you just lose a lot of money compared to what you planned. So if you ever accept to be paid by image, maybe try to set up a maximum amount of feedbacks by the client, for example, or anything. But yeah, just be careful, basically. But if you do less popular stuff, there is also a less proposition of work for you, right? Depending, truly depending, but yes, you can have less proposition. Yes, this is, I mean, this is a game. Like, you need to be like, okay, I will try to go in that way. This is niche. Let's see how it goes. So yes, of course. Just asking, having in mind only entering the industry, it's of course different when you already have some work experience. Yes. So again, just in case, I'm not saying you should be paid like a 300 all the time and everywhere. Just like really for like the really beginner I may have in the chat. So again, compare yourself and see how many you can ask according to the people you have around you. Ask people in the industry. Like, I think this is pretty okay to talk about money with people in the industry, like maybe not French people, I don't know, but other than that, you can, I think. Or you can ask me like if there is any time you want to know how many I was paid on which project, you can ask anyway. And I think after that, do you have any question about like freelance, how to rate your project or anything before I go into like all the question I got onto the Discord? And again, you will have all the slides. I used to not like talking about salary until I saw a lot of people talking about how companies don't want us to talk about it because it's better for them if we don't know how much we're all making. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I think I will talk about this later. Yes, I will. Yeah, I will talk about this later about like negotiation and everything. But yeah, this is a great point here because I was underpaid on a company. And I realized that I was in their senior lists, but I was not paid the same way as the other senior. And when one of the senior told me, but we are all paid this amount and you are not. And the fun fact is that the production also asked me to replace the art director when he was in holiday, but I was less paid than the other guy. I was like, what the fuck? So I just asked for a meeting with the director and I was like, can we please just do a raise of my day rate, because this is just like not fair. So yeah, of course, like the more we talk about it, the better it is. This is true. French people don't like to speak about money. I think this is because in France, this is taboo to have money, I guess. Yes, Poland is the same in Italy. Yes, maybe this is something about like Europe. But yeah, when you start to speak about money, people are like, oh, you are arrogant because you are earning money. I'm like, no, not at all. I mean, I was earning like only 500 per month when I was like yes, 5 years ago or something. So, but yeah, I mean, French people. A lot of Americans don't like talking money too, lol, especially was. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Yeah, Archer loves to not pay. They get a bonus at the end of the year. Yeah, probably. I think it's a universal thing. Okay. I didn't know because when I talked to my US friend and all, they are like really open to talk about this and not shy at all. And when I try to talk about money with a French people, they're like, I don't want to talk about this. So no, some cultures love talking money. Yeah. I don't have this issue with my Chinese friend, for example. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so I will go into the other interesting question I got on the Discord. So the first one was, how do you prefer to approach companies? Can you give us like a roadmap to get your first job? And what about LinkedIn to find a job? So there is like a lot of different ways to approach companies. First, I like to send my portfolio and resume directly on the website of the companies. I mean, the companies I want to work with. So it can be a spontaneous application or a specific job application. When I started, I was applying to artistic job close to what I wanted to do. Like if I want to be prop designer, but I see a background painter opportunity, I apply anyway. I want to work and learn with them. And I just want them to see my portfolio. So even if I have no answer yet, maybe they will consider my portfolio later for a prop designer job, for example. I was doing this as well when I was a junior, applying to senior position, for example, and I got an interview. I mean, I didn't get the job, but I got an interview anyway. So, I mean, you can try anyway. And then connection, like find the people from the recruiting team of the company you like, add them on LinkedIn and send them a message like, hey, I'm Leah, I'm a background painter who worked on this and this, and I will be available starting this date, and I would love to work with your team. LinkedIn is a great platform to find recruiters, to be honest. Same with Instagram, like follow the people you want to work with, be spontaneous. If you want to work with them, just tell them. I'm not saying you should harass them, please don't, but you can send like one message, just like, hey, love your work, would love to work with you in the future. And that's it. Did you speak English that well in your first job? With Netflix, I think. No, I don't think, I mean, more or less, because I learned to speak English when I was at Disneyland. So, and I still need to improve my English. Like, my English is sucks really. So compared to a lot of my friends, but I learned my English at Disney. So I think I speak less English now than before at Disney, because I just speak English like by chat or with few meetings, but not like every day as I was used to do. Is it considered rude to cold email company unsolicited? Not sure to understand what you mean. Like to send an email, like a spontaneous email to a company? Just to be sure, send an email without an open opportunity. Of course, you can do it. This is what we call like a spontaneous application. So of course, I mean, you don't have anything to lose. Again, if you don't harass people, like you just send a polite email saying your availability, maybe your rate or the job you're looking for, your portfolio, and that's it. And then you wait. And okay, yeah, maybe you will be ghosted by a lot of company. This is what happened to me. But in the end, some of these company will keep your portfolio on the side and will reach out to you later when they're going to have a project that fits you, basically. So again, you don't have anything to lose. You try and you see, and if you're lucky enough, maybe you would like grab a job. So yes, I think this is not rude to do it as long as you do it professionally, basically. Maybe I can, you know what? No, I will show this for the other one. And yes, send email. Maybe I can show you this. Yep. What was the name? It was this thing. I was crazy when I started. Don't mind me. Okay. So I'm curious and resourceful, and this thing, Email Hunter, was my best friend. So I was sending a lot of email with my portfolio, resume, job description, availabilities. And I was like, I don't care if I'm ghost, I try anyway. So this thing was free. I don't know if it's still free, get started for free. Yeah, but basically you type the name of a company or the name of someone, and you can probably find the email of this person. I mean, the internal email of the company is working with. So this is what I was doing. So I can find some recruiters and send my portfolio. So yeah, just in case you have it, this is Email Hunter. If you want to be as crazy as I was, here you go. I have one more question about countries. Do companies check where you are from? I mean, they know it since you need to tell them so they can do a contract. One friend used to set location to European country. He thought client will try to give less money for work after knowing he is a country where this is the thing. Yeah, from a country where month salary is like few European days of work. Yes, the thing is company like to do this, like they check the country you lived in and they're like, yeah, you don't need that much, but this is not the purpose of the thing. Like, you pay me for my experience and my work, like and if I want to move in another country, then I mean, I'm supposed to be able to do it. So yeah, I know company that sucks do it. So yes, they love to do that and check where you're living, and they will know where you live. I mean, if you have to send your personal information, like your address and your phone number and everything, so they can do a contract, you will have to provide them everything. So yes, and tell them, yes, I live there. I mean, yeah, maybe you can try. I don't know. To be honest, I never tried to fake my address or anything. I never was in that specific case, but some of my friends were in that case. And yeah, this is really not fair from the company. Do you have any experience with that, Hector? I don't know. Then move there. Yeah. You can also do this. Yes, you can fake you're living in the US and then you move there. Yeah. I mean, you need to be able to move there, but this is something else. And I think I do have. Okay, I do have everything about this question. Okay. Second question was, I think, from Jacob about the email follow-up, right? One of the things will be like, please avoid the shy, hey, just checking in. Like, you are a professional, they need you. They need us to run their business, so act as their equal. You need to have enough information to organize your schedule. So better to send something like, hi, can you please let me know when I will receive a contract and tell me more about the starting date and assignment so I can schedule my upcoming weeks and months. This is way more professional, and they should answer you because you need to plan your schedule. So go for something more like this. Like, then if they don't have a reply, I just copy paste the same email and I resend it until I get a reply, basically, because to me, this is just basic respect. If someone reach out to you to possibly hire you, they should keep you in touch, even if it's to tell you that the job position isn't available anymore. So I had to do this like for one company only, to be honest. And I had like no answer during 1 week, so I was resending the email, and I think the recruiter just get tired of me and finally decided to reply. And the reply was like really weird, and I know this company and I knew they just found another artist, but the thing was weird is because I met the art director of the thing, and he told me something like, oh yeah, but they told me you don't want it to work on the project. And I was like, no, I never say that. So some weird stuff were going on behind. And so I I was pretty sure they just found another artist or a friend they wanted to put on a project or anything, and they just tried to lie and say something weird in the email, and I just decided to reply something like, yeah, I'm glad you find another artist, but next time, like, I would say, like, just don't make the other artists like lose their time, and just reply and explain everything without making me wait like 2 weeks or more to know how to organize my schedule, because this is just like being professional. So yeah, I mean, if the company are not professional, try to be professional. I think it matters less for freelance than full-time because there's extra legalities about where you can hire fit, at least in USA. Yeah. Like, I raised the line before it's too many emails to be annoying or saying, oh, I mean, when I'm waiting for a reply again, because if the company told me, yes, I want to work with you, the day rate is okay and everything, I mean, just give me everything I need to start. So I think you're not annoying anyone or harassing anyone if you're asking like every week to have an update about this, because you're supposed to organize your year. You're in freelance, like, you need to know how many time you will have on each project to avoid having like too much empty space. So again, to me, this is like basic respect from the company. And like, if you don't have any reply, but you have like another client who want to hire you, and then they're like, yeah, okay, we start now, then you send a message to the other and you're like, hey, too late. I mean, if they really want to work with you, they just need to be organized and to be like, okay, I want to work with you, we'll have something ready in around like 2 or 3 weeks. Like, again, with good companies, you really don't have that issue. Like with Sony, for example, yes, they took some time to create the contract because it was something really specific with like the US and France and everything. And I knew it since the beginning because the recruiter was like, okay, we will need some time to do the contract, so I hope it's fine for you. Like, the communication was like really strong. And in that case, I'm like, I'm not gonna spam you with email because I know you're doing the stuff behind. So yeah. So what is a good time to send a follow-up email to a company recruiter? Most part of the time I wait like 1 week. Again, depending on what they told you. Like, if they already told you they will have something ready in 2 weeks, or if they told you that the project will start in 3 weeks, then of course you wait 3 weeks, really depending on the meeting you got. But if they tell you like this is something happening like right now and really soon, you need to know. But this is something you need to, like, if you have a meeting maybe with them or something like this, try to already ask them like when they think you will start on the contract, for example. Oh, okay, where's the line before it's too many emails to be annoying or anything? And you mean for calls, email mainly? Oh, you mean when you send like a spontaneous application to a job, Jacob?
Yeah, so like the way that I've been thinking to do it, because I mainly just got my portfolio kind of like put together like in a good way like a few months ago. Just like finally like wrapped up.
Okay.
So I'm not sure like if I should like cold email a bunch of recruiters and then cold email them again if they don't have anything in a couple months, or
No. The thing is, like, when I send like spontaneous application and stuff like this, I only send one email because I am reaching out to them to have a job. So they don't have any like obligation to reply me, like if they just don't want to work with me, or if they don't have any open position. I think they receive a lot of email, or they have a lot of things to handle, so they probably don't have time to reply if they're not interesting or if they don't have anything for me. So for this, I only send one email, and I can maybe wait like a few months to resend one when I will have like maybe other pieces in my portfolio, so they can see something stronger in my portfolio, for example. But when it's like really about being hired because you were contacted by a company, then I only wait 1 week to resend a message, basically. So again,
Oh, okay.
it's really depend.
That's what I was thinking to do too. Just to like wait until there's like enough stuff to show and be like, hey, by the way, here's something more, rather than like, hey, it's me again.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not very
Like, yeah,
good.
you need just to think about what you had in your portfolio and be like, okay, I think now I improved. I have a lot more stuff to show. Maybe now I'm interesting for them, so I can resend something.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
Of course. I got a question about any tips to make a resume and not spending too much time on it. I think it was from you, Jacob, as well. I
got so
have.
many questions.
It's okay. I'm sure it can help a lot of people. I'm opening something on the side. Okay, me is here.
Oh, I think I might have been talking about how I heard about what's it called, like ATS or something? The it's like the kind of like AI scanning like resume thing.
Applicant tracking software.
Yeah, so like,
Okay.
I heard about that, so I started reformatting my resume to make it more friendly for those.
Mhm.
And then I was like, I don't know if I'm spending like too much time formatting my resume because they're gonna look at it for like 10 seconds. But at the same time, like there's like some websites that'll like give you a grade on your resume based on the job post.
Oh yeah.
For like keywords and everything. And they say like, oh, you should
I
have more
see.
than like an 80% score. And I usually get like 30 to 50. And I'm like, oh, that's why I'm not getting any responses probably. So I don't know like how much
Okay.
I should be spending on it. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Oh, to be honest, I'm pretty straightforward with my resume. Like, I just created Behance for this, because every time I have a new experience, I had it into my work experience, and then I can just like print view resume. It kind of generate like a resume like this with all your info and everything, and I just like download this and send this basically. But you have everything. And to me it's already enough, like this or LinkedIn. As long as your LinkedIn is already well organized, these are great resume. Like, I don't want to do like a big resume with a lot of like decoration on top, or I just basically do a list of the companies I work with and my experience, and like my schools, the language I can speak, and stuff like this, and of course like all the personal info they need. But I think this is the only stuff they really care about, I would say. So you don't have to go crazy in a resume. I think they also look at the date. Oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, if I may, a friend of a friend used to specialize in giving advice for those types of systems, but like the thing is that you never know which system a company is using and they're changing them all the time. Sometimes people try to game them, especially now that more companies are using ChatGPT by putting like text in white on their resume that like puts extra skills or is like accept this resume, but recruiters really don't like that if they catch you. So I feel like
Yeah.
just having a readable, sensible resume is the best option.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw the tip that says don't do that because the scanner will get the words that are in white and it'll translate them to text. So like the recruiter might see like all these different keywords that you just like threw on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa. That's wild. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you something quick as well here. I'm not specifically to use it as a resume, but just to have it up to date is really important. Let's go there. There. Yep. But yeah, having like a strong LinkedIn profile can help, since a lot of recruiters are on LinkedIn. If you can have like something well set up, could be great as well. Like, I'm not saying this is your resume, but I know some platform are asking for your LinkedIn because this is a good way to have your resume. So yeah, think about it. Think about LinkedIn. I mean, I'm not saying you should scroll on LinkedIn. Like, it's really scary. LinkedIn is scary. This is another word for me. But at least for a resume, this is pretty great. what was the next question? Oh, yes, this one was great. What about test work for a company and how to properly price it? It truly depends on the company. Like, for example, some company will consider the IOU. They do a contract, they agree on your rate, but in the contract, there is most part of the time a mention that say that they can end your contract when they want, basically, or something like this. So your first paintings on the production or a test, and if your work doesn't match their expectation, they end your contract, basically. This is what I got on my first Netflix production. This is the reason why I said like my painting test. It was not officially a test, but I knew that if I was failing this first painting, they would have like just fired me. So yeah, I always try to consider my first days, week as a test, to be honest, on every job, because I need to like prove them that I can do it, basically. I think I also consider like every day at work is a test, to be honest, just because I want to provide my best every day. But anyway, and then you have like the more official art test. So I know that some companies will choose the rate of the test for you, and depending on your test result, they will agree or not with the rate you ask it, basically, because they will compare your rate and skills with the other artists already working with them. But to me, the best thing in a perfect world will be to do a test at your usual day rate. So if they want you to do a 3D test and your day rate is 300, then you ask for 900, and that's it. Because to me, I mean, like these are days of work like any other days, and some companies might reuse what you did during your test. So why would you be paid less? So yeah, please like always negotiate to be paid. No work should be free, and this is really important. Like this is a weird example maybe, but you don't ask to a bakery to taste all the cakes for free during 3 days before maybe buying one. Like this is the same thing. Like if they want samples of your work, they already have your portfolio. So other than that, it should be paid. What do I have in the chat? LinkedIn is the backroom of social media. Yeah, kind of. Just looks sad when you don't have much experience. Of course, yes. I mean, I went through this as well. Okay, and what about unpaid tests? Just turn them down always, or it's up to you. Like it's a balance. I think this is I got this conversation with a student at New Age one time. He got a test to do, and it was for Riot, for Wild Rift, and I think the test was unpaid. And I was like, you're still at school, so it's up to you. Like if you do this test and the test is unpaid and they don't want to pay you, if you want to do it anyway, I understand, because it can be a great opportunity for you. But keep in mind that maybe they will just like take your test and be like, hey, see ya, that's it. So just take it as a way to improve. And I would say like after, just take it as a way to take some exposure and be like, hey, look, this is a test I did for Riot because Riot wanted to work with me. So yeah, again, this is a balance. Like if you are comfortable enough to be like, I will refuse unpaid test, go for it. This is the best thing to do. So company can get used to pay us for the test. But if you want to, I would say, grab some exposure and challenge yourself, and if you take the test just as a way to improve, because you're maybe still a student and you can live with what you have on the side, why not? Again, really up to you, and really depending on your own current life, basically. I really try to be as neutral as I can, and it's really, again, depending on each people, each life. Oh yeah, I got this question. Is there licensing in VizDev concept art? If so, how does it work? Until now, I only received contract where I give all the rights to the company. Like for example, I wanted to sell my my Jibaro painting as print, but it was impossible, of course. So it's maybe possible to adapt your contract, but I just did not do enough researches about the subject. So I think I'm not the best to answer. Maybe some of you in the chat have the answer about this. I think the test is useful also for us to actually test the way of working of the company. Some company asked me to do a lot of work in animation in a very little time, and I ended up saying no to that job. Yeah, I understand. The thing with that also, I said that because I know a company doing some kind of test like this. Like they ask you to do like 2 paintings in 2 days, which is too much, of course. But the mindset behind this test, and this is a paid test, but the mindset behind is to see how you will handle this and where are you gonna put your focus and your priority. And most part of the time for that type of test, it's to me, it's better to be like, okay, look, I decided to do a 1 finished painting so I can show you a final render, and I started the second one instead of like doing everything and not be able to do one big painting. So again, it depends on the company, but sometimes this is also part of the test. They want to test your organization and how you can deal that kind of stuff, how you can deal the pressure, and where are your priorities. So yeah, be careful about these little subtleties. So yeah, I don't know if any of you like knows if it's possible to like adapt a contract in freelance, like about like licensing in VizDev and concept art. But yeah, if any of you have any tips about it, feel free. But I don't have any experience on it. So sorry for the people who asked this question, but I just prefer to say I don't know instead of saying shit. You can keep the right for artistically use, which includes exposing and selling through art galleries. I think you just have to have it in the contract beforehand. Yes, I think. I'll move on to the other question, but yeah, feel free in the chat if you have any other like tips or anything. The other one was, do you usually have a template for your contract? I don't, because the company does it for me. Like basically I send my rate, my personal information, and they do the contract. And then I double check everything in it, like personal info, rate, how many time I'm supposed to work, the deadline, everything. But I think it's different when you are doing like commission work. So you need to set up your own contract and send it to the client. So this is a bit different. So again, I don't have experience on like doing my own contract, basically. Oh, Tessa, you're sending some cool link. Let me just open it.
It's a directory of lawyers that specialize in art.
Oh, cool. So cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this one I already talked about it a bit, but yeah, any tips to negotiate with your client? I would say be transparent, explain your needs, explain your fees and expenses, according to all the stuff we just talked about previously. Like this is the best thing you can do. I will not repeat it again, but yeah, remember when I asked it to be paid more because I discovered the other senior were paid more than I. So it was fair enough to ask for a raise. Lawyers also charge per hour. You could ask for a free test. I'm not sure to understand. Lawyers also charge per hour. You could ask for a free test. You mean a free test of liar? Ah, layers.
I think maybe a consultation.
Okay. My bad. But yeah, Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I got it. What's one the other one? Oh yeah. How do you go about with work visa when taking gigs outside of the country? I'm working freelance, so I'm not in-house, so I don't need any visa. I just need to fill like a specific tax form depending on the country, so I don't have to pay my taxes twice in both countries, basically, because countries have like agreements between them about taxes. But yeah, you don't need any visa or anything when you're freelancing. I feel like I'm in like animation job test, but I guess a consultation is kind of the same thing. Yeah. And I think this or that. Okay, I have like 3 last question, where I don't have like specific answer everywhere, but yeah. One was like, in which scenario you can use your background painting skills outside of animation? I would say, I guess, in advertising, and in video game, if you expand your skill set more like to be a vis dev artist. I personally only work in animation, trailers, and video game. But I guess you can also like create some really great and cute Christmas card to your friend and family with your background painting skills. But other than that, I don't know. So if you have any other experience, just tell me. The other one was, is it viable to start by freelancing and or to start by creating your own personal project instead of working full-time or in-house for a company? I never worked in-house except during my internship. I started in freelance and I never went back in-house. So yes, you can start directly in freelance. It's just a little bit harder since you need to handle way more stuff like social media, looking for clients, administrative stuff, etc. Plus, you need to be ready to work alone and manage your time. And I know it didn't easy for everyone. I mean, when I say work alone, like I'm lucky enough to be able to work with my husband. So it's like a mini studio. But I know that some freelancers are just like alone at home the entire day. So some people are feeling great with that, some aren't. So you just need to be careful about that. And managing your time is really important because, again, depending on people, I know that some people tend to work less when they're at home because there is a lot of distraction around. And on the other end, you have like some people that tend to work too much because they are at home and at work at the same time. So this is a balance you also need to find here. Maybe you just need to test freelance and then be like, okay, this is something for me or not. And about like starting by making your own project to pitch it. I have no experience about this subject. My friend George Vardy, Vanya Fedorov, or even Diogo Costa did it, but I didn't. So I prefer to let you ask to someone with more experience than I about this subject because I don't know how the subtlety is. If you don't want to be alone as a freelance, there are also workshop studios. Yes, you're right. This is a really great point. I have one question about freelancing. I'm in Australia, a notoriously terrible time zone. For your work with the US, Sonny, do you typically work in them time zone or just daily, weekly check-in? Exactly. I work with Smarter Studio in advertising, and we often do a daily at their EOD and my morning, but it does make it difficult to get feedback. Oh, I see. To be honest, between Sonny and I, the time zone is pretty easy to handle. Like when it's like 6 p.m. on my side, it's 9 a.m. on their side. So I'm just doing my meeting at the end of the day. And so I can apply my feedback the day after. So it's pretty easy to deal with. And we have like 3 meetings per week. I have like 2 check-in and 1 with the director, like for the director review. So I just work on my own time zone. So yeah. Hardcore time zone training with Underpaid Academy. Yes, I know. I think it's gonna be way harder when I'm gonna be in Japan. I need to think about this. But yeah. Oh yeah, and one last question was just like funny, so this is the reason why it's the last one. I know a lot of artists want to move to Japan. Is there someone trying to make an art studio there to gather artists from the globe? And yeah, as you may know, my husband and I plan to move to Japan soon, and we plan to create our own animation companies there. So I don't know yet if we will hire people or not, but we want to make it work. So yeah, maybe some other artists want to do it. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have. And I think I replayed all the questions in the Discord. If you have any other question, feel free. I'm still here since this is like the last day. About anything, I'm fine. Are they mostly individual studios or it is a chain like WeWork? Oh, you mean for the workshop studios? The individual one, okay. Artists rent a space altogether, yeah. Hope you had a dinner already. No, I don't. But I will. You know, I have an entire season of Jujutsu Kaisen to watch before going to full-time work again on Monday. So I can eat at any time. About Japan, I've heard it's really difficult for foreigners to move there. Did you have any challenge? I'm in the process. So I will tell you, like, you know, maybe I'm a bit weird, but I already have like in mind all the issues I may have to face, and I already have a plan to face this, like about the visa and everything. If I can have the work visa first, then I think I will start with like what we call like the holiday work visa, which is like 1 year. So during this 1 year, I can ask for the work visa. But if I see that the work visa takes too much time, I would ask for a student visa and then take some Japanese course into Japan directly. So yeah. You have to sign up for Leah's second term to find out. Exactly. Do you speak already a bit Japanese? I'm learning, but I'm not fluent at all. Like when we go to Japan, we're trying our best to speak Japanese. First, because this is basic respect, and because we just love to learn the language. But yeah, I'm learning. Are you sure you're gonna like Japan? We are going a lot of time in Japan, and every time we come back, we're like, oh, I don't want to go back to France. I want to be in Japan. So we'll see. I mean, it's always different when you go on holiday and when you live there. But I think I just need to test to be sure. And I'm like, you know, I will maybe spend like 1 year in Japan and be like, yeah, I don't like it, and then go back to France. But I just don't want to have any regrets. So I'm like, I'm gonna test and see. Yeah, I think Pierre is hungry because I can't hear him cook. So I think it's like, okay, I want to eat something now. But yeah, do you have any other question? And I will be in the Discord again. The Discord will not close right away. Just to be sure it's the philosophy I learned here. Yes, exactly. So yeah, if you want to post your final work, if you have any other question, yeah, feel free. I'm not saying that I will be like every day on the Discord. But yeah, I will have a look at the Discord for sure. And if you want to tag me on your work, just send me a message on Instagram so I can make sure you can tag me, because again, I had to like remove the tag option because of the bots. Just wanted to say thank you for everything. This class was amazing. Thank you. Glad you liked it. Thank you so much. So yeah, can't wait to see your final work.
Thank you very much for the class. It was very, very informative and live learning.
Cool. Glad you liked it. There's too much thank you. Okay. But yeah, gonna hit.
Thank you very much for the class, Leah.
Of course.
It was wonderful.
Thank you so much for all your hard work as well. You did really, really
so
great.
much.
Of course. Do
I
you
guess
want
in
me to
honor
stay
of your
in the chat,
upcoming
Devin?
move, arigato gozaimashita.
Oh, wait.
Do you need me to stay in the chat after Devin, or is it okay? I don't know if you need anything from me.
No, it's okay. And we can
Okay,
pick up later.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Thank you
Then,
guys.
bye.